Chapter 1238. Broadcast. Pay attention to Chijin reading. You have obtained first-hand news of the 515 red packet. Students who have not snatched red packets since the new year can now show off their skills. However, the mortal goo used for Unravel Dream expends a lot. Right now, Unravel Dream can only be used less than 10 times. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but frown. This was a problem. Unravel Dream was very powerful, but it expended a lot of Dream Path mortal goo. Moreover, these Dream Path mortal goo were refined by Feng Yuan alone. He could not increase the production. Leak these Dream Path goo recipes to Langya sect and let the Hairy Man goo immortals refine them? Feng Yuan had never considered this. At this time, the value of these Dream Path mortal goo recipes was even higher than immortal goo. Of course, Feng Yuan believed that Land Spirit of Langya could afford this price. But there was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. If it was leaked, the impact would be too great. Feng Yuan was at the top of the 5 regions in terms of dream realm exploration. Once these Dream Path mortal goo recipes were known by others, his advantage would vanish. This was a situation that Feng Yuan did not want to see. Thus, he would rather refine them himself. Even if the efficiency was low, he had to strictly control the source. As long as he did not leak it, who would know? I can't find others to help me, but I can use external objects like the spring dream fruit tree to raise my efficiency in refining Dream Path mortal goo. Feng Yuan placed his attention on the spring dream fruit tree again. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. Feng Yuan knew of a spring dream fruit tree. It was located at the foot of a nameless volcano in central continent. This volcano would erupt once every few hundred years, creating fertile soil. After some time, people would live at the foot of the volcano. Feng Yuan had once plucked the fruits of this spring dream fruit tree. These fruits helped him a lot. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan did not have the method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. The spring dream fruit tree, at the foot of the volcano, it was attached to a 1,000-year-old fire date tree. If Feng Yuan were to move the fire date tree, it would cause the spring dream fruit tree to be destroyed. However, for Feng Yuan, the central continent was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. He couldn't go there at all. Deja vu can provide a disguise, but he could not avoid the deductions of Wisdom Path goo immortals. Dark Limit Immortal Goo could help Feng Yuan in this aspect, but Dark Limit Immortal Goo was only rank 6. It was not enough. This question. For the time being, Feng Yuan had no solution. It was beyond his ability. He didn't have the means to find a second spring dream fruit tree, so he could only give up. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the dream world. Feng Yuan still needed to calculate the 8th scene of the dream. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. He could deduce some things that could help him explore the dream realm. This was his advantage, and he had to make use of it. But in Wisdom Path, what he lacked was not attainment level. It was an immortal goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was his only Wisdom Path immortal goo. There was only one, and it did not have any accompanying Wisdom Path killer moves. So Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not very useful. Currently, Feng Yuan could be considered to be barely sufficient. Wisdom Path was not his current focus. So Feng Yuan chose to maintain the current situation. The deductions were not only about the dream realm, but also about Feng Yuan's current environment. As I expected, the Ba family is my greatest enemy. They have been finding trouble with me several times, but I resolved them. It seems they want to stop now. Ba clan was not alive and kicking. Feng Yuan was rather wary of them. After all, if the other party did not make a move, Fang Yuan would not know what they were planning. They were plotting something. If he made a move, he would be able to see the other party's plans and deal with them calmly. All in all, the external environment is not bad. Using the identity of Wu Yihai is really useful. Originally, the immortal opportunity business was my weakness. But after my previous actions, it is no longer a problem. It has instead become a trap for me. Who knows, I might be able to trick some stupid Gu Immortals. After all, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were few in number. Even Wisdom Path Gu Immortals might not be Righteous Path Gu Immortals. They could not be ignorant of the rules of the Righteous Path. As for Wuan and Wu Liao, they were doing their own things. Fang Yuan did not have to worry about them. Some time ago, Wu Liao had taken the initiative to report some matters, but Fang Yuan was determined to not do anything after scolding him. He warned him not to trouble him if it was not a big matter. Wu Liao was very disappointed. He felt that Fang Yuan was the same as the previous rank 7. His attitude towards Fang Yuan gradually turned cold. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this, but did not care. This giant dream realm was slowly expanding at every moment. Fang Yuan secretly explored the dream realm. It would cause the dream realm to shrink, but compared to the entire dream realm, it was a very small portion. It would only slow down the dream realm's expansion. This could be concealed. Those demonic path and lone immortals who entered the dream realm through the immortal opportunity business were the best disguise for Fang Yuan. Although these people were all stuck in the dream realm, there would occasionally be one or two who, even though they could not explore it, could bring out some dream path Gu materials from the dream realm. These dream path Gu materials could naturally be used to refine dream path Gu worms. These Gu immortals felt like they had obtained priceless treasures, even though only a few of them had such gains. It still stimulated the enthusiasm of other Gu immortals. Meanwhile, the Righteous Path clans also secretly purchased Dream Path Gu materials from these Gu immortals. Wu clan was no exception. However, among the Gu immortals who had Dream Path Gu materials, very few would choose to sell them. They would keep them for themselves. Wu clan had only bought a dozen or so Gu materials. Fang Yuan did not dare to touch these Dream Path Gu materials. Wu clan was keeping a close eye on them. After resting, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm. But it was not a giant dream realm, it was his own dream. To obtain Dream Path Gu materials, one's own dream realm was the best and safest. Unfortunately, those Gu immortals did not know this. Southern Border, by Xiang Grotto Heaven, at the center of a huge Gu formation, Bai Ningbing sat down with difficulty. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, looked down from above, controlling the entire Gu formation. The Gu formation was operating silently. From time to time, there would be flowing lights of unknown colors. At times, they would gather into streams, flowing like streams. At times, they would scatter like flowers dancing in the wind. Bai Ningbing's expression was pale, but his aura was much more stable than before. This was because when the Gu formation was active, he took a lot of pressure off Bai Ningbing. He used his body to store the raging wave rising dragon fire. It was truly reckless. He was walking on a tightrope with his life on the line. Next, the most important step is to attack the raging wave rising dragon fire in your body. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, had a solemn expression. Young master, you need to persevere. You cannot slack off. You need to coordinate with the Gu formation at all times to suppress the raging wave rising dragon fire. The entire process will take at least 49 days. During this period, you will not get any rest. As long as I do not tell you to stop, it will not end. Even if you slack off at the last moment, all our efforts will be in vain, and we will die. Bai Ningbing was seeing stars. He felt dizzy. He could not sit still. In this situation, not to mention 49 days, he might not even be able to hold on for half a day. At the moment of danger, his lips curled up. He was smiling. He, this is fun. according to my current situation. That's impossible. This is a good way to test my tolerance. Even if I die like this, it will be interesting. His body was very tired, but his mind was very excited. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ningbing spoke softly. He said to Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you start?" Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, chuckled, thinking, "I have waited for so many years. This master is not bad. He is not afraid of death." Thinking of this, Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, activated the entire Gu formation. Boom! At the next moment, a bright light burst out of the Gu formation, spreading to the entire world. Ah! Bai Ningbing raised his head and screamed. A large amount of fire burst out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The scorching flames instantly enveloped his entire body, burning Bai Ningbing into a human-shaped torch. Pain, pain, pain. Bai Ningbing was a person who would not frown even if he was heavily injured. But at this moment, he had no composure. He raised his head and screamed. Because the pain was too intense, he had no choice but to do this to vent it. Bai Ningbing had expected the pain from the burning flames, but in reality, it was not so. While screaming, he suddenly realized something. This humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method was not only targeting raging wave, rising dragon fire, it was also targeting Bai Ningbing. Be it his body, his soul, or the Tao marks on his body, they were all being disassembled and melted by the humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method. This was like treating Bai Ningbing like an immortal material. The pain was intense. It could not be described with words. Hold on, hold on. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, shouted anxiously. Bai Ningbing's eyes had already rolled back. The intense pain forced him into a desperate situation. He was about to fall unconscious. Once he fainted, he would be burned to ashes by the entire rising dragon fire. Northern Plains, the peak of Snowy Mountain. Ma Hongyan was also screaming. Ah! The veins on his neck were bulging. Intense lightning bolts were jumping on his body, entangling him. Ma Hongyan's body was shaking intensely. It was like he was suffering from epilepsy, or like he was dancing wildly. A moment later, the lightning bolts faded. Ma Hongyan was panting. He was sweating profusely. He had no strength left in his body. Still not succeeding? Lady Wan Shou frowned. She was a little angry. Ma Hongyan had been refined by lightning many times. Even though he was in a sorry state each time, he had never lost an arm or a leg. He was still intact. Moreover, his cultivation level had unknowingly risen to rank 5 peak stage. This made Lady Wan Shou speechless. Chapter 1239. Latest news. Tomorrow was 515 Qidian's anniversary. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets had to be looked at. There was no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock, Central Continent. In a certain mountain village. Rumble! A huge explosion reverberated in the mountains. Countless mudslides rolled down from the mountain like avalanches, majestically and majestically. Run for your life. I am going to die. I am going to die. Father, where are you? Don't leave me behind. Seeing that the natural disaster was about to befall them, the originally quiet and peaceful small mountain village was now in a complete uproar and chaos. Countless people fled in all directions. Some were paralyzed on the ground. Children were crying as they were tightly hugged by their mothers. Many people had already given up resisting. When no one was paying attention, a figure appeared in the sky. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He wore a blue silk robe. His long hair trailed over his shoulders. His body was not muscular, but rather looked weak. At this moment, he frowned as he looked at the mudslide in front of him, muttering, "This mudslide is very strange." Normally speaking, there would be a rare rainstorm before a mudslide, but recently it had been sunny and sunny. In fact, the surrounding tens of thousands of li of environment here was secretly controlled by this rank 7 goo immortal. It could be said that the weather was good, and there were good harvests every year. Bam! Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere, and a huge brass shell emerged from the mountain. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal floated in the air. It was very obvious. His slightly frowned brows relaxed at this moment. I was wondering how it was. So it is a swamp crab. The swamp crab was a desolate beast. It had a huge body like a mountain. It had no eyes, or rather, its eyes had completely degenerated. Its whole body was covered in a shell. There were no loopholes in its defense. It was the king of the swamp among desolate beasts. Its 10 pairs of pincers were extremely tough, especially the first pair. They were very thick with a light clamp. They could break mountain rocks and cut flood dragons. The other 18 pincers, even though they were thin and slender, but in fact, they were thicker than a 100-year-old tree. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal's eyes brightened when he saw the swamp crab. He was overjoyed. He was a water path goo immortal, and this swamp crab had 2 types of Dow marks. It had earth path and water path Dow marks. Killing this swamp crab was a huge amount of immortal materials for the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. However, the swamp crab is only a desolate beast. If it is carefully nurtured, it might grow into an ancient desolate beast, swamp crab. Above swamp crab, there is swamp crab with mud coat. Swamp crab is an immemorial level desolate beast. Swamp crab. Swamp crab with mud coat is an immemorial level desolate beast. I can't have such. My immortal aperture blessed land can't nurture it. Thinking of this, the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal made his move. From the wide cuffs of his sleeves, he stretched out his arm. His skin was very white, and his 10 fingers were slender and long. His 10 fingers began to sway like a blooming lotus, stirring up layers of multicolored light and shadow. Goo, 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 and goo. Soon, the auras of countless goo worms rose from his body. There were mortal goo auras and immortal goo auras. The auras overlapped with each other, forming a complex aura field that spread everywhere. The swamp crab had no eyes, but with its wild beast intuition, it sensed the threat in the air. The swamp crab started to retreat into the mountain. Soon, half of the huge brass carapace disappeared. But at this time, the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal had finished preparing. The immortal killer move was activated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A surging blue wave appeared out of thin air and swept towards the mud crab majestically. The swamp crab was huge. It could not dodge in time and was swept away by the wave. But the swamp crab did not budge. Its body was too heavy. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal's lips curled up into a smile of victory. His 10 fingers moved even faster. The afterimages of his fingers lingered in the air. It was a dazzling sight. His immortal killer move was not ordinary. As red data immortal essence was expended, the light blue wave turned azure blue. The wave was vast. It was 3 times larger than before, under the control of the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. The wave turned into a huge whirlpool. The swamp crab was at the center of the blue tide's whirlpool. It could not resist it and was swept away. Swish, swish, swish. The swamp crab's huge and heavy body spun faster and faster in the whirlpool. It was like duckweed. It could not control itself. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal suddenly clenched his fists. The countless finger shadows in the air dissipated. The wave suddenly surged up, forming a tsunami. Boom! With a loud sound, the tsunami formed from tens of thousands of tons of water slammed onto the swamp crab's back. The swamp crab's shell was very hard, but after being hit by this tsunami, a huge part of its shell caved in. The swamp crab did not move. It fainted on the spot. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal laughed heartily. He opened his right hand and raised his index finger from bottom to top. Immediately, the waves that calmed down surged up like a fountain. The swamp crab's huge body slowly flew into the sky towards the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. The goo immortal opened his immortal aperture's entrance and stored this swamp crab inside. Immortal! It's an immortal! Thank you. Immortal, you saved the lives of our village. This immortal even defeated the crab demon in the mountain. Such a huge battle scene had already shocked the mortals in the mountain village. Only after the battle ended did they react. They shouted in joy or bowed down in worship. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal closed his immortal aperture's entrance and looked at the people below with an indifferent gaze. He smiled lightly. It turned out that when he fought with the swamp crab, he had split a portion of his mind to manipulate the waves and sweep away all the falling mud and rocks. As expected of the famous water path goo immortal of Central Continent, Mu Ling Lan. At this time, a voice came from the clouds in the sky. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal Mu Ling Lan's 10 fingers moved as he collected all the overflowing water. Next, he flew into the sky and saw another goo immortal. This immortal wore a white robe. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. He had a tall nose bridge and a righteous aura, giving off an inviolable aura. Mu Linglan smiled and bowed. So it is Senior Shurgu. Shurgu returned the greeting. I have just arrived. I did not expect to see such a good thing. I saw Mu Linglan's method of easily taking down the swamp crab. Mu Linglan waved his hand, saying modestly, my methods are only a minor skill in front of Senior. They are not worth mentioning. I heard that Senior Shurgu. I have also received orders from the Celestial Court to participate in the Battle of Northern Plains. Shurgu nodded. That's right. Mu Linglan, you are also on the list. Why don't we travel together? Mu Linglan had a joyful expression. It is Junior's honor to travel with Senior. Thus, the two immortals left together. The mortals who were left behind looked at the sky for a long time, sighing. Mu Linglan and Shurgu talked along the way. They did not seem lonely. The two immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, but Shurgu had been famous for a long time and had already passed 2 grand tribulations. But Mu Linglan had not even passed one. Thus, it was mainly Mu Linglan asking for guidance and Shurgu giving him pointers. After traveling for a while, Shurgu suddenly descended from the cloud and slowly stopped in the sky. Mu Linglan did not understand. This was not the gathering point. Shurgu smiled. I am ashamed. I have a son named Shang-Yi. He has just passed his tribulation and became a goo immortal. But he lacks experience and is still childish. In this trip to Northern Plains, I plan to bring him along and temper him. So that's it. Mu Linglan realized. He followed Shurji's gaze and looked down. Below the cloud layer, there was a small city. There were many houses in the city, and in one of the restaurants, a storyteller was telling a story about chivalry and helping the weak. Good kill. Among the guests, there was a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was filled with innocence. He was dressed like a farmer. Right now, when he heard the main character of the story killing the rich to help the poor, he slapped the table and cheered. His shout was abrupt and loud, causing the window frame to tremble slightly. The storyteller was startled and stopped. The surrounding guests shouted in dissatisfaction. What are you shouting for? A sudden shout is going to scare people to death. What are you shouting for? Listen to the story quietly, or we will chase you away. You little bumpkin. The young man's face was flushed red. He scratched his head and bowed in embarrassment. Sorry everyone. The guests saw that he immediately admitted his mistake with a humble attitude. Their voices became much quieter. They did not bother with him anymore. The young man sat down awkwardly, but his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and pushed the table and stool to the side, causing an even louder commotion. "What are you doing, you lad? Rascal! You are asking for a beating." The guests attacked him together. Suddenly, the young man's body shone with light. He shot out of the window like an arrow and flew into the sky. The restaurant immediately went into a commotion. Countless people screamed and shouted. It was a huge commotion. The young man arrived in front of Shirgu, and Mu Linglan, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. He was Shirji's son, Shizheng. The three immortals continued their journey. A few days later, they arrived at a mountain range. An immortal goo house was already floating here. It was a small and exquisite pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beam. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion. Shirgu saw this and nodded. "I have already heard rumors that an immortal goo house will be deployed to attack Northern Plains. To think that it is Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion. This pavilion specializes in flying beasts and has extremely fast movement speed. It is indeed the best choice." Mu Linglan added, "Heavenly Lotus Sect was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It has the most immortal goo houses for. It's reasonable for the Heavenly Lotus Sect to send one here." Shizheng asked in confusion. "Heavenly Lotus Sect has Canary Pavilion, Yuyang Palace, and Heavenly Pool. Why is there a fourth immortal goo house?" Mu Linglan smiled. "Little you might not know, but recently Heavenly Lotus Sect has already created a fourth immortal goo house. It is just that they are keeping it a secret." Shizheng nodded, thinking, Senior Mu Linglan comes from Spirit Butterfly Valley. This sect is most proficient in information path methods. It is not strange that he knows some secrets. Just Heavenly Lotus Sect alone has 4 immortal goo houses. This is truly scary. Chapter 1240. Latest news. Tomorrow was 515, the anniversary celebration. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets had to be flipped through. There was no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Immortal killer move, Meteor Rain. Zhao Lianyun shouted. An intense light burst out of her body. This light flew out of her body, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared into the sky. At the next moment, this pale white space created by the goo formation seemed to be dyed, with blue ink turning into a deep blue color. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless meteors rained down from the sky. It was like an army firing arrows. It was a spectacular sight. The meteors rained down like a storm, hitting a desolate beast tortoise that was the size of a hill. The tortoise was in so much pain that its limbs and tail shrunk back into its shell. The meteors crashed into the desolate beast tortoise's back. Countless star fragments shattered. It was extremely dazzling. There was also a large number of meteors raining down, covering the desolate beast tortoise's surroundings, creating deep holes in the ground created by the goo formation. The meteor rain lasted for 20 breaths of time before stopping. Zhao Lianyun was sweating profusely. She breathed roughly. A voice came from the goo formation. "Not bad. Zhao Lianyun, you are already very familiar with meteor rain. Now, it is time to train your defensive killer move. Go." The moment she said that, the desolate beast tortoise broke apart, turning into black crows. The crows were densely packed, tens of thousands. They were like black, feathered arrows, flying and flying as they pounced towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined. She gritted her teeth before the crows pounced on her. First, she activated her defensive immortal goo. Immediately, her whole body was covered in a layer of silver light. The silver light was thin, but it successfully blocked the attacks and attacks of the countless crows. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Lianyun's small body was soon covered by the crows, turning into a lump of black. Large numbers of crows crawled on the silver light, attacking continuously. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Zhao Lianyun looked solemn. She could feel that her celestial essence was being consumed more and more violently. I have to think of something, Zhao Lianyun thought. He started to use his defensive killer move. It was only the first time. She successfully activated this defensive killer move. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. In an instant, 6 dazzling silver chains shot out from the silver membrane on her body. The chain was like a swimming dragon that stood out from the crowd. It continuously circled and weaved through the dense flock of crows, dancing back and forth to kill them. Soon, within 10 steps of Zhao Lianyun, there were no more crows left alive. The silver chain danced like a cylinder. It protected Zhao Lianyun safely, forming a sturdy protective circle that could shred any incoming crow into pieces in an instant. This immortal killer move is so amazing, it combines both offense and defense. This was the first time he was using it in battle. The effect was outstanding. Zhao Lianyun could not help but feel immense joy. The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation also praised inwardly. This Zhao Lianyun is indeed an otherworldly demon. Her cultivation level has already been raised to rank 5 peak stage by Relic Gu. After being bestowed Phantom Aperture, Immortal Gu, and Immortal Essence by the Celestial Court, she immediately displayed her brilliance. Her battle talent is definitely not weak. She has only practiced immortal killer moves for a short period of time, but she can already use them proficiently. Of course, these immortal killer moves were specially chosen by the Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were outstanding and easy to control. The number of Gu worms used were few, and the activation steps were also very simple. All right, next, it is time to train your healing methods. You will suffer some injuries, but don't worry, don't panic. As long as you perform normally and use the Immortal Killer move, you will recover. The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation said. Zhao Lianyun nodded, looking at the crows around her gradually vanishing. Her brows were shrouded in worry and anxiety. She could not help but ask, I have already trained for over half a year in this Gu formation. When can I set off to Northern Plains and carry out the rescue mission? The Gu Immortal controlling the Gu formation consoled. Don't worry, this Gu formation is a time path Gu formation. 1 day in the outside world is 1 year in here. But your time is still very tight. Battles between Gu Immortals are not just training. All sorts of unexpected situations will occur in real battles. Then give me real battle training. Zhao Lianyun shouted. This super time path Gu formation was set up in Spirit Affinity House, but every scene was observed by the Celestial Court at all times. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle watched as Zhao Lianyun started real battle training. A worried expression appeared on her face. Lord Duke Long, do you really think such training will allow Zhao Lianyun to enter the battlefield? It is too rushed. Zhao Lianyun's battle strength cannot be counted on. Even though he consumed 0.5 kilogram of true dragon heavenly water, it only pulled Duke Long back from the brink of death. He was still old and extremely weak. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged in front of Fairy Myrtle. A chessboard was between them. This chessboard had a great origin. It was the immortal Gu House Star Constellation chessboard, personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was most proficient in wisdom path deductions. It was known as the #1 wisdom path Immortal Gu House. Fairy Myrtle was not qualified. After Duke Long woke up, he immediately took out this legendary Immortal Gu House from Celestial Court's treasury and gave it to Fairy Myrtle to use. This caused Fairy Myrtle's deduction ability to rise to a terrifying level. Hearing Fairy Myrtle's doubt, Duke Long smiled. Zhao Lianyun cannot be counted on. I am not counting on her. Fairy Myrtle's gaze flickered. So Lord Duke Long values Love Immortal Gu? That's right. Duke Long nodded. Love Immortal Gu is very unique. Even among all rank 9 immortal goo, it is extremely unique. Ordinary immortal goo have a single effect and consumption. But love goo is different. It can unleash all sorts of abilities and expend more than just immortal essence. More importantly, the power of love can go against fate and fate. Resist fate and luck? Fairy Myrtle muttered in shock. That's right, love can resist fate to a certain extent. If not for this, how could Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, have destroyed fate immortal goo back then? Duke Long's words were shocking. When he mentioned Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, his tone was bleak and his expression was complex. Fairy Myrtle was shocked. What do you mean? Could it be that back then, Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, had also obtained Love Goo's recognition? Precisely. Duke Long replied with certainty. Red Lotus is not an otherworldly demon. How could he destroy fate? It was because Love Immortal Goo resided in his body that he was able to injure Fate Immortal Goo in the end. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Zombie Alliance was destroyed, Shadow Sect was only left with some survivors, and Spectral Soul was trapped in the giant dream realm. So many fate-defying existences were destroyed. This made the restoration of Fate Immortal Goo much easier. Duke Long's breathing could not keep up as he spoke. After a while, he continued. However, even if Fate Immortal Goo is completely restored, our celestial court will not be able to return to its former glory. Is it because of Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle deduced and immediately guessed the answer. Duke Long breathed in deeply. That's right, because of Giant Sun Immortal's appearance. Luck Path appeared in the 5 regions. In the past, there was only one fate. As long as fate was restored, Celestial Court could stand proudly at the peak. But now, Luck Path has been added. Fate is fixed. Luck is a variable. Good luck is a variable that is beneficial to oneself. Bad luck is a variable that is harmful to oneself. Even if we restore Fate Immortal Goo, we will only be in control of the fixed fate, but not the variable. Only by controlling Luck Path can we truly allow Celestial Court to stand proudly at the top of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thus, Lord Duke Long did not hesitate to gather the elite Goo immortals of the 10 great ancient sects to invade Northern Plains. It was to snatch fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo. If we obtain fortune rivaling Heaven, will our Celestial Court be able to control luck? Fairy Myrtle asked. Duke Long nodded before shaking his head. Giant Sun Immortal's cultivation has 3 stages. They are self-luck, all living beings' luck, and heaven and earth luck. Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo is the pinnacle essence of all living beings' luck. Its true effect is to allow the owner to continuously absorb the luck of the surrounding living beings that are related to them. For example, the current Ma Hong Yun, fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo's effect, is on the people related to him. Their luck was constantly being absorbed by Ma Hong Yun and gathered in Ma Hong Yun. Thus, Xuehu and Lady Wan Shou have always failed in their Goo refinement. Especially when refining a rank 8 Immortal Goo, the success rate is simply too low. Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo might be rank 8, but in fact, it has quasi-rank 9 power. Because as long as enough time passes, the stronger the related person's luck, the more luck rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo can absorb and gather on one person. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal named this Immortal Goo fortune rivaling Heaven. It means, as long as one continues to absorb the luck of all living beings and gather it on oneself, one can obtain supreme luck that rivals heaven and earth. So that's it. Hearing Duke Long's detailed explanation, Fairy Myrtle had a feeling of realization. Although Duke Long was a person from the olden antiquity era, he had awakened many times during his hibernation. He knew some secrets that ordinary people could not understand. Duke Long continued, "If we can snatch fortune rivaling Heaven this time, we will undoubtedly obtain half a lifetime of Giant Sun Immortal's cultivation accumulation." After that, if we have a chance, we can gather his heaven and earth luck and self-luck, and obtain fortune rivaling heaven immortal and other luck path immortal goo. Fate goo will also be repaired. Then celestial court will definitely stand proudly in heaven and earth. If we have a chance, we can fuse luck path, immortal goo, and fate goo together, and even refine the legendary rank 10 immortal goo destiny. By then, celestial court will definitely comprehend the complete profundity of providence. We will act on behalf of heaven and become the eternal ruler of the universe. Duke Long's tone was low, but towards the end, his eyes shined with a fanatical light. Rank 10 immortal goo, even a goo immortal at Fairy Myrtle's level, could not help but be tongue-tied after hearing such a secret. Is there really a rank 10 realm above rank 9? Fairy Myrtle asked with uncertainty. Chapter 1241. Duke Long sighed. Whether there are rank 10 goo immortals or not, I cannot answer you. But I think there should be a rank 10 immortal goo, because Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, had personally said this. Paradise Earth, Immortal Venerable, was a rank 9 venerable after spectral soul demon Venerable. He was benevolent, did not compete with others, and loved peace. However, just like the giant sun immortal, he had never truly entered the celestial court. There were only 3 immortal venerables in history who had truly entered the celestial court and merged their grotto heavens into the celestial court. From ancient times until now, they were the first rank 9 venerable in history: Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path; Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the creator of Wood Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who possessed Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Northern Plains. The final battle of the Bloodbath Martial Competition had finally arrived. Chu Du walked off the battlefield. Please advise me. In front of him stood a female immortal. She was dressed in a splendid palace dress that dragged on the ground, and her fine black hair was tied up high with a dazzling array of jade and gold hairpins. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows were slender, and her gaze was sharp. Her chest was perky, and her body was well developed. She was graceful and luxurious, and she gave others a feeling that she couldn't be offended. It was Gong Wanting, the wife of Prince's Impatience. Gong Wanting's face was solemn as she sighed. Domination Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation, defeating Lu Zhozhuan and Yao Yuanying. Regardless of the result of this battle, the name of Domination Immortal will spread throughout Northern Plains. Lu Zhanshan and Yao Yuanying, whose names were mentioned, looked displeased, but there was nothing they could do. Chu Du was stronger than them. Overall, the blood battle martial competition was the result of the Huang Jin tribes firmly suppressing the alliance of the Chu sect and the Baizu tribe. But at the end, Chu Du's appearance was a resounding slap to the righteous alliance. The might of the Domination Immortal made the Huang Jin bloodline Gu Immortals feel wariness. This was the last battle of the 100 battles. He had no other choice. Gong Wanting walked off the stage. This was a duel between the commanders of both sides. Please. Chu Du's demeanor was elegant. Although he was injured, he was still calm and collected. Gong Wanting's eyes flashed with a strange light. She laughed and said, Domination Immortal is indeed heroic. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed like a sword. He shot towards Chu Du like lightning. Chu Du shouted, did not retreat, but advanced, bravely charging towards Gong Wanting. It was a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear victor. Fighting from the sky to the ground, the bloody plains were almost completely destroyed. The spectating immortals had no choice but to retreat 30,000 li to avoid being caught up in the battle between Chu Du and Gong Wanting. Chu Dui was unstoppable. On the other hand, Gong Wanning attacked more and defended more. Her posture was calm. This fierce battle continued for another 100 rounds. Chu Du's body was covered in wounds, blood flying everywhere. Gong Wanning was no longer calm, her serious eyes constantly sweeping over Chu Du, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The spectating Gu immortals were already moved. They evaluated this intense battle. It was a battle at the peak of rank 7, under the premise that no rank 8s appeared. In Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, no one would surpass him for hundreds of years. The sun set and the moon rose. From day to night, the two sides were still evenly matched. This kind of nonstop, intense battle was extremely intense. By dawn of the second day, both sides were in a weakened state. The battle was nearing its end. The outcome of life and death could be decided at any moment. The spectating Gu immortals, all of them held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. But at this time, a magnificent pillar of light suddenly shrouded the area. Chu Du and Gong Wanning were separated from the intense battle. It's about time. This battle will be decided as a draw. Rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang appeared in the sky. He looked not far away. I wonder if Heavenly Lord agrees with my words. Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared from the clouds, nodding, "Please go to the sky and fight." Next, the two rank 8 Gu immortals flew up into white heaven under everyone's gazes. Soon, the immortals above the bloodbath plains heard a rumble and explosion from the white sky. It sounded like thunder, but also like the roar of a beast. Domination immortal Chu Du let out a breath of turbid air. The current situation was what he wanted. Gong Wanning had a special status. She was the wife of Prince's Impatience. Chu Du could not kill her because of this. Once he killed Gong Wanting, he would definitely provoke Prince's Impatience. When Chu Du was alone, he was not afraid. But now that he had established Chu Sect, it was a different concept. As for Chu Du himself, he had an outstanding performance in this blood battle martial competition. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not let Chu Du die in this battle for the future development of Baizu tribe. Just like what Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had discussed before the martial competition, the losses on both sides were successfully limited to a certain range. Gasp! So powerful, even white heaven is cracked. Hearing this sound, I can tell that the battle is extremely intense. It is a pity that we cannot penetrate the heavenly wind chi wall and watch the battle in white heaven. The immortals on both sides did not leave, they conversed. The result of the battle between Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang decided everything. In the entire process of the blood battle martial competition, no matter how many sacrifices were made, how much effort they put in, or how many battle achievements they had, they could not compare to the result of this battle. No matter which side it was, they all suffered heavy losses. However, the number of Gu immortals who died in battle was not many. Some rank 6 Gu immortals died, and even fewer rank 7 Gu immortals died. The greatest loss was Yi Lui Kunxing, who was killed by Fang Yuan. As the battle progressed, both sides formed a tacit understanding. Of course, Gu immortals getting injured was also a huge matter. Because of the Dao marks, they were hard to heal. Often, the cost of healing would make a Gu immortal pay a huge price. In White Heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang sat opposite each other. A chessboard was placed between them. "Please have a taste of my newly created golden leaf tea." Yao Huang chuckled, recommending his tea. Heavenly Lord Baizu drank a mouthful and nodded before taking out a large bag of snacks. "This is my specialty stir-fried centipede." The two rank 8 great experts drank tea and ate the stir-fried centipede while playing chess. They were having a good time. Yao Huang sighed. "This stir-fried centipede is delicious. I can't get tired of tasting it. It is truly a supreme delicacy." Heavenly Lord Baizu also praised, Brother Yao Huang's golden leaf tea is even better than the silver leaf tea. It seems that Brother Yao Huang will be able to refine resurrection from the dead gu soon. Every serving of tea and wine could be seen as an unfinished food path gu recipe. Sometimes when gu immortals sparred with their refinement path attainment, in order to avoid a huge commotion or to save face, they would serve tea or wine. Gu immortals would taste tea or drink wine. They could determine each other's gu refinement attainment. Of course, this method was too subtle. Most of the time, it was only a superficial probing. It could not show each other's true strength. Heavenly Lord Baizu could taste a different taste from Yao Huang's newly created golden leaf tea. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Baizu had tasted Yao Huang's silver leaf tea before. Comparing the two, he could tell that Yao Huang's refinement path attainment had improved. This improvement was clearly a result of Yao Huang's attempt to refine resurrection from the dead immortal gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, the snacks he created were not so simple. They could be seen as a display of his refinement path attainment. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been busy building up Baizu tribe and attacking Heifan Grotto Heaven. Recently, his refinement path attainment did not improve. Thus, the fried centipede did not change much. However, the medicine sovereign's gaze was focused below the two of them. Not far below them, two figures were fighting. One was Heavenly Lord Baizu's appearance. The other was Yao Huang's appearance. Under white light, the commotion that the gu immortals above Blood Battlefield Plain heard was caused by these two figures. Yao Huang praised. Heavenly Lord's clone methods are getting more profound. You can even imitate 20 to 30% of a rank 8's power. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled as he shook his head. I am ashamed. This is an immortal killer move that I comprehended after failing to attack Heifan Grotto Heaven a few days ago. I had once heard that Longevity Heaven contains thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Perfect pair. It can allow a gu immortal to create a clone with the same battle strength as them. My methods cannot be compared to thieving Heaven Demon Venerables. Yao Huang smiled. He understood the meaning behind the words. Heavenly Lord Baizu mentioned Longevity Heaven. It was not as simple as it looked. Yao Huang explained, Heavenly Lord, don't worry. As long as the rank 8 gu immortals in Longevity Heaven do not come out, just a longevity token cannot mobilize us. Furthermore, isn't the situation of any region determined by the confrontation between rank 8 gu immortals? Right now, among the rank 8 gu immortals in Northern Plains, Old Ancestor Shui, who has the highest battle strength. If he refines fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, there will be no way to deal with him. But recently, I saw that Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's defenses are tight. Even for us, it will be hard to break into it. Our competition is just the righteous path's internal strife. If Old Ancestor Shui, who refines fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Northern Plains situation will turn into a situation where the righteous path and demonic path rise. Yao Huang spoke frankly. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded, agreeing with the former's analysis. Originally, the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower had caused a huge change in Northern Plains situation. Demonic flames were rising. If Old Ancestor Shui, who really succeeded in refining fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, that would be even more incredible. Compared to the rise of righteous path forces, Yao Huang was even more unwilling to see the demonic path becoming arrogant. Thankfully, in this blood path martial competition, we invited many lone immortals and demonic path experts. A portion of them died in the competition, while the rest joined Chu sect, or my Baizu tribe after the competition. It can be said that they have sacrificed their lives to increase the strength of our righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Rank 8 gu immortals had great foresight. This blood battle martial competition, on one hand, would help Yao tribe weaken the other Huangjin tribes. On the other hand, They would use Heavenly Lord by Zhu and Chu Du's identities to weaken the lone immortals and demonic immortals, stabilizing the situation in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. But when Chu sect was mentioned, Yao Huang frowned. This Chu sect needs to be reformed. Our Northern Plains cannot allow sects to be created. Chapter 1242. Yao Huang's attitude was firm. Heavenly Lord by Zhu smiled. Don't worry about this. Chu Du is aware of this. He has already communicated with me. He can give in on this. That's good. Yao Huang nodded. Both sides conversed for a while. The chess game was half done. Time was almost up. The two immortals flew down to White Heaven one after the other. Next, the two announced that in the earlier battle, Yao Huang won. This blood battle martial competition ended with the victory of the Huangjin tribe's alliance. Chu sect and by Zhu tribe's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only Chu Du had a calm expression. He had expected this. In contrast, the Huangjin tribe's Gu immortals were celebrating. There was no need to explain the outcome of the battle. The blood battle martial competition that shook Northern Plains' Gu immortal world and even affected the other four regions came to an end. Southern border, giant dream realm. In a deep and eerie sea, darkness, one could not even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan was immersed in it. His injuries were severe. The pressure at the bottom of the sea was intense. In the water around him, there were countless slender dragon figures swimming around him. These were the dragons that lived in the sea. Each sea dragon had desolate beast level battle strength. There were countless sea dragons. There were hundreds or even thousands of them. Fang Yuan's character was currently a rank 6 Gu immortal, but facing so many sea dragon beasts, he was still unable to fight them. More importantly, to pass this 9th stage, I need to kill all of the sea dragons. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. If this was in the real world, he would have little chance of breaking through the encirclement and surviving. But in this dream realm, it had its own rules. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through, he would fail in the dream realm exploration. This was not giving Fang Yuan a way out. It is impossible to get rid of these sea dragons with just the foundation and methods in the dream realm. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to get through this stage, he only had one choice. One was a mortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But with so many sea dragons, I can only activate Unravel Dream less than 10 times. It is not enough to resolve this problem. Looks like this scene is probably the final cultivation life of the Dreamland's owner. Fang Yuan was enlightened. Dreams were divided into different categories. Most of them were realistic dreams that reproduced scenes from the life of a certain life form. A small portion of them were strange, bizarre dreams. This dream realm that Fang Yuan explored was clearly a realistic dream realm. It might have been based on the original reality. It was somewhat exaggerated, but it also showed part of the truth that had happened. This Gu immortal was once a Gu master of combat immortal sect. His talent is not bad, but after becoming rank 6, he pales in comparison to the surrounding Gu immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of the central continent also allocate cultivation resources according to sect contributions. This Gu immortal's aptitude was barely passable, his battle strength was not high, and his methods were not brilliant. It was hard to get any sect contribution points, and even harder to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, that's why I thought of exploring the East Sea. In the end, when he passed through the 5 regions' aperture walls, his immortal aperture's foundation was damaged. Afterwards, he heard some rumors about Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace and came to explore the sea area, but he was attacked by a sea dragon group and died here. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan finally made his decision. He chose to give up. He took the initiative to leave this dreamland. Normally speaking, the deeper one went into this dream realm, the greater the gains from breaking through. But Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. He chose to retreat. He kept unravel dream. He did not waste it here. After a while, Fang Yuan returned to reality. He used Guts Gu to heal his injuries and inspected his own situation. Water Path Quasi-Grandmaster. This attainment level had not changed. He was still far from true Grandmaster. However, it was enough to annex many blessed lands in Citywell, because most of them were rank 6 Water Path blessed lands. According to the current situation, it is best to raise my attainment level to master in all my paths. That way, I will be able to annex any rank 6 blessed land. Even though rank 6 blessed lands have less and less help in raising my cultivation level, but if I annex more, the effect will be greater. Fang Yuan pondered. Next, he would enter his dream realm and refine some dream path mortal goo. Of course, he would also spend some time to make deductions. These last days, he had an inspiration. He wanted to combine Myriad Self with Sword Dragon transformation. The deduction was progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan's strength path attainment level was high enough. His transformation path was also Grandmaster. The only flaw was that his wisdom path deductions were slightly lacking, but this was not a big deal. Lady White Rabbit came to report the situation of the Immortal Opportunity business, as well as some information that she had gathered. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. He closed his eyes and said to her, "Speak, I am listening." Fang Yuan deduced his own things while listening to Lady White Rabbit's words. He was multitasking. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, it was not hard for him to do this. Lady White Rabbit spoke as she looked at Fang Yuan's face. Her gaze was filled with deep emotions. But to her disappointment, even after she finished her report, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes to look at her. "All right, you can leave now," Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit could only be filled with disappointment and reluctance as she slowly left this place. Outside the hall, Wu-En had been waiting for a long time. "Lady, this way please." Wu-En's attitude towards Lady White Rabbit was much more respectful than before. As long as Lady White Rabbit could meet Fang Yuan, it would prove that Fang Yuan still favored her. This made Wu-En place great importance on Lady White Rabbit, because Lady White Rabbit was related to the Immortal Opportunity business. Lady White Rabbit was slightly worried. She asked Wu-En, "Wu-En, has Lord Wu Yihai always been cultivating like this?" Wu-En was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lady White Rabbit sighed faintly. "Lord Wu Yihai is too hard-working when he cultivates. He does not want to waste a single second. Even when listening to my report, he did not stop cultivating. Has he always been like this?" Wu-En blinked. "Lady, I am speaking the truth. Even though I have not personally witnessed Lord Wu Yihai's cultivation, but I can see it through my own eyes. Lord Wu Yihai is probably the most hard-working cultivator I have ever seen. Ignoring everything else, just him locking himself in the hall and not leaving for such a long time is something I cannot do." Lady White Rabbit's expression became even more worried. "Precisely so. I am worried about Lord Wu Yihai. He cultivates like he is risking his life. Cultivation is about relaxation and relaxation. In the long run, I am worried that Lord Wu Yihai will not be able to hold on, and his mental state will be affected. Wu-En, if you have the chance, you must persuade Lord Wu Yihai, okay?" Wu-En said in his heart, "The number of times you see him and the time you spend with him is even more than mine. How can I persuade him?" But he still nodded, agreeing, "If I have the chance, I will try to persuade Lord Wu Yihai." Fang Yuan analyzed Lady White Rabbit's information. This allowed him to maintain a relatively clear grasp of the situation of the entire southern border. All in all, southern border situation was still stable. Even though Wu Duxiu had died, Wu Clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal left, Wu Yong. But after this person took over Wu Clan, he displayed great battle strength and clever political methods. Precisely so, Even though Ba clan and Tai clan were eyeing him, they had no choice but to hold back their sinister thoughts. The situation of the rank 8s was like this. From top to bottom, it was reflected in all aspects of southern border. Inside the Super Gu formation, the situation was also calm. The immortal opportunity business was still going on. Some Gu immortals benefited from it. They were extremely happy, while some Gu immortals watched on coldly, ignoring it for now. Northern Plains Blood Battle Martial competition has already ended. Chu sect reformed into Chu clan. Bai Zhu clan survived. The Huang Jin clans won a great victory. They obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. This way, Northern Plains situation is becoming more stable. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent, the information I obtained was not much. It was mostly from Jewel Yellow Skies. I only have a vague idea. But they are all rather stable and peaceful. In fact, stability and peace were the norm for the 5 regions. Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Why would they want to fight to the death? The chaos in Northern Plains was actually caused by Fang Yuan. He destroyed 88 Point Xinyang Tower. It was because of Shadow Sect's scheme, causing a series of terrifying effects. Only until the 5 regions' chaotic war did the 5 regions become chaotic. All order collapsed. Fighting became the main theme of Gu immortal cultivation. The external conditions were very relaxed and stable. This was the best thing for Fang Yuan. He entered his dream realm and started to refine dream path mortal Gu. The caravan was resting at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A ray of moonlight moved agilely in the air, going around the rock in front of them and hitting the tree trunk behind it. Immediately, when shavings flew, the thin tree trunk was almost cut by the moonlight. After so many days of practice, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was covered in sweat, but he was extremely happy internally. Lad, not bad. Gu Master Big Beard walked towards Fang Yuan. Uncle Big Beard, thank you for teaching me this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his white teeth. He was bright and cheerful. Gu Master Big Beard was dazzled by this sunlight. He was a little confused. Ordinary people can maintain this passion for 7 to 8 days. But you wake up early and sleep late. As long as you have time, you will train for over a month. Your passion has not diminished at all. Is this boring cultivation really so interesting? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. His eyes were shining like the morning stars. Of course. Uncle, don't you think it is very amazing? A person can launch a dazzling attack with just a wave of their hand. Cultivation itself is a very enjoyable thing. Chapter 1243. The bearded Gu Master could not understand Fang Yuan's emotions. After transmigrating from Earth, Gu Masters had all sorts of abilities. They were like superhumans. Becoming a superhuman from an ordinary person was something that Fang Yuan was excited about. He was passionate about. Furthermore, my aptitude is not good. I am only C grade. How can I not work hard? The young Fang Yuan chuckled. Uncle, do what you need to do. I will continue cultivating. Fang Yuan said. The bearded Gu Master smiled as he shook his head. He left tactfully. Standing far away, he looked at Fang Yuan, who was cultivating hard. His gaze was bleak as he muttered, Even if I work so hard, so what? C grade aptitude. The cold and cruel reality will assault me. The gap will extinguish my passion. Setbacks will diminish my excitement. How long can this passion and hard work last? At another corner of the dream realm, the real Fang Yuan was touching a tree that was almost cut down by the moonlight. Not bad. This dream path Gu material is quite good. If I am lucky, I can refine more than 10 dream path mortal Gu. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His dark and deep eyes flickered slightly, as if they were starlight. By Xiang Grotto Heaven, the humans-alike dragon's Gu refinement method was at its final juncture. Hang in there. We can't relax in the slightest. Master, You can do it! You can definitely do it! Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, shouted. The goo formation was working. The light was like a pillar that supported the sky. At the center of the dazzling light, there was a human-shaped torch. It was Bai Ningbing. His entire face and body were melting as if he were wax under the heat and had melted into a ball. His hair had long been burnt, and his eyes were blind like glass beads. Even the fingers on his hands and feet had melted into one. Bai Ningbing's face was completely different. He was in intense pain. For the past tens of days, he had never stopped. Initially, he screamed in pain. He screamed at the sky. He almost fainted, but afterwards, he endured it with great difficulty. He endured it all the way. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Next, his teeth and tongue were burned by the raging wave rising dragon fire. They fused together. He smiled, a ferocious smile. After that, he couldn't even smile because his nose bridge and his face were burned and melted like wax. Right now, he was like a human stick, too horrible to look at. But Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, could sense Bai Ningbing's will. His will, just like steel, after being burned by flames and hammered by pain, it became stronger and harder. Such willpower caused even Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, to be moved. At the start, even Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, did not think highly of Bai Ningbing, because Bai Ningbing's condition was too terrible, and the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method was extremely dangerous. But when refining goo, failure was inevitable. In history, which goo master or goo immortal who turned into a human dragon did not make ample preparations, they were extremely cautious and prepared to the extreme before taking such a risk. Boom! There was a loud noise. It was like a thunderclap. The radiance that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared, and a ball of raging flames soared up. It was shaped like a fire dragon, and its scarlet body was incomparably vigorous. After circling in the air, it turned around and charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was already burned into a lump of meat. Her flesh and bones, Dao marks, blood, skin, and hair had all fused into one. The lump of meat was like a bottomless pit. It absorbed all of the fire dragons that charged at it. Next, the lump of meat turned redder and hotter. It burned the surroundings, causing the air around it to distort from the heat. When the lump of meat reached its limit, it exploded. In the bright light, a brand new Bai Ningbing appeared. Success, success. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, stared with wide eyes as he muttered. Under the light, Bai Ningbing roared at the sky. She said, "The mountain stretches for 10,000 li, the 9 layers of the abyss, the loach and eel living at the bottom of the well. Today, the clouds are rising. My head soars to the sky." Her voice was like the roar of a dragon. It was like the rumbling of the wind, resounding in the whole of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, was completely convinced. He knelt down on the ground. Congratulations to Master for ascending to the immortal realm. Bai Ningbing stopped her roar. She slowly descended. She was expressionless. Her skin was white as snow. Her facial features were more refined. She was even prettier than before. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. But at the next moment, deep surprise flashed in her dragon pupils. What is going on? I have already become an immortal. I have a real immortal aperture. Why did I become a woman? This, Bai Xiang, Heavenly Spirit, considered his words before explaining carefully. The humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method uses master as an immortal material. The result of the goo refinement depends on the combination of the immortal materials. Master, you already had transformation path Dao marks. To think that these transformation path Dao marks actually affected the final goo refinement result, turning you into a dragon lady. Bai Ningbing, She found that the information path Tao marks and alliance agreements on her body had already disappeared, but these transformation path Tao marks affected the crucial part, like what the heavenly spirit said. The humans alike dragon's goo refinement method's result was hard to grasp. It depended on the immortal materials used. Bai Ningbing frowned. This seemed to be a curse. The curse of being a woman had been troubling Bai Ningbing ever since Qing Mao Mountain. After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked, "How can I turn into a man?" Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit replied, "That is easy. Master only needs to cultivate transformation path." Bai Ningbing had broad horizons. She shook her head. "This is not a permanent solution. My northern dark ice soul physique is still around. I will cultivate ice and snow path from now on." Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit thought about it before speaking. "Master, you have already regained your life. Your female identity is your foundation. But if you insist on changing your gender, you will need to find the other half of that rotation goo from back then and refine it into an immortal goo. Using this immortal goo, you can truly turn into a man." Bai Ningbing. In her mind, a person's image appeared unavoidably. "Fang Yuan, to think that you are still the obstacle in front of me." "Humph." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly in her mind. She already knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle with rank 8 battle strength. If she wanted to snatch that crucial goo worm from Fang Yuan, she had to think about it carefully. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Above the clouds, goo immortals stood in great numbers. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said, "Bu Junzi, you need to protect our sex fairy at all times during this trip to Northern Plains. She is only a false immortal after all. She has only ascended for a short period of time." Bu Junzi was Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder. A rank 7 Phantom Path goo immortal, he received the order. "Everyone, as long as I am alive, I will ensure her safety." His words were filled with confidence. First Supreme Elder nodded, looking at Zhao Lianyun. "This time, you cannot charge at the front. You need to focus on your own safety. Leave the rest to others. The goo immortals traveling with you are the elites of the 10 great ancient sections. Together with our advantage in ambushing them, we have a huge chance of rescuing them." Zhao Lianyun nodded. She already knew that this ordinary-looking old lady was the goo immortal with the highest status in Spirit Affinity House. She bowed deeply to First Supreme Elder, Su Hao, and Li Juning. "I am going. Let's go." First Supreme Elder waved her hand. Bu Zhanzi cupped his fists, bringing Zhao Lianyun along as they rode a ruined bat and flew far away. To think that Zhao Lianyun would become our sex fairy in the end. Providence is making fools of people. I wonder if she can rescue that Ma Hongyun in this trip. In my opinion, the possibility is very high. After all, the goo immortals going to Northern Plains are the elites of our 10 great sects. They are very strong. The goo immortals conversed and left. "I am going to find my daughter." Fairy Bai Qing had a worried expression as she said to Feng Zhouge. Feng Zhouge nodded. This time, he had wanted to participate in the trip to Northern Plains. However, he didn't expect the heavenly court to reject his suggestion. Feng Zhouge was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in thousands of years. He had outstanding talent and made people look up to him. He had rank 7 cultivation level, but had rank 8 battle strength. According to common sense, he was the best candidate for this trip to Northern Plains, but he was not able to join the rescue team. At this moment, Feng Zhouge could not understand what the Celestial Court was planning. When Fairy Bai Qing saw Feng Kimhong, the latter was sitting by the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface of the lake in a daze. In Fairy Bai Qing's heart, she felt a sense of tenderness. She knew that her daughter's goal had always been to become a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But this time, Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly obtained Love Goo's recognition and was also recognized by the Celestial Court. officially becoming a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. This way, Feng Kim Hong was eliminated. Fairy Bai Ching slowly walked towards Feng Kim Hong. What? Are you still thinking about Fairy? No. Mother, I am thinking, why did I not obtain Love Gu's recognition? Feng Kim Hwang's eyes were slightly red. He had clearly cried alone earlier. That is because you do not have love. Fairy Bai Ching sat beside Feng Kim Hong and stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Hwang's hair. Feng Kim Hong continued, Why do I not have love? What is love? Fairy Bai Ching's gaze flickered. She thought about it before saying, Love is different from familial love and friendship. It is more of a type of fate, just like how I met your father back then. Love had suddenly come. Before this, no one had expected it. So this kind of thing cannot be forced. Everything depends on fate. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. I do not want to leave it to fate. This is not my style. I want to find love and be recognized by love to obtain the status of a fairy. Mother, what do you think is the possibility of this? Fairy Bai Ching smiled. This was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's serious and expectant gaze, as a mother, how could she be honest? Thus, she said, there is a possibility, but first you need to find the person you want to love. Such a person is not your father or mother, nor is he one of your female companions. Chapter 1244. Mother means it's those. Feng Kim Hong frowned. In the environment she grew up in, there were no youngsters that could compare to her. Spirit Affinity House had more females than males. This made Feng Kim Hong look down on males of the same age, since young. And the most important reason was that Feng Kim Hwang's father was too outstanding. He raised her standards, causing her to look down on the men around her. Fairy Bai Ching nodded, asking jokingly, That's right, Huang heir. Do you like any of the youngsters you met? Feng Kim Hong frowned. After a moment of seriousness, she shook her head. Fairy Bai Ching almost laughed out loud. Her daughter's dazed look was extremely adorable. She asked again, Then let me change my question. Which youngster left the deepest impression on you? This time, Feng Kim Hong was stunned. Fang Yuan's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Fang Yuan was the man who caused her a painful defeat. The scene on Danghun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong would never forget it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Zhouge's life. All these events caused Feng Kim Hong to have very complex feelings towards Fang Yuan. Speaking of hatred, it was not simple hatred. Speaking of gratitude, it was not simple gratitude. Fairy Bai Ching saw that Feng Kim Hong was in a daze. Her expression turned ugly. She panicked internally, blaming herself. Oh no, how could I forget about Fang Yuan? Fairy Bai Ching quickly said, Huang heir, don't think too much. As a mother, Fairy Bai Ching was very worried. Although Feng Kim Hong had grown up a lot, in terms of emotions, she was still very pure. She was like a blank piece of paper. That Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. His true age might be even older than father and mother. Fairy Bai Ching's tone was very solemn. Yes, he is listed on the Devil Judgment Board, and is an extremely vicious devil. He has slaughtered countless people and harmed the common people. He is extremely dangerous. But he saved Dad, Feng Kim Hong retorted. Fairy Bai Ching had a solemn expression as she stared at Feng Kim Hwang's eyes, saying seriously, Then you have to remember, gratitude and grudges cannot be mixed. You have to distinguish them clearly. He saved your father's life. Although it was just a coincidence, we will definitely repay it. However, he is a member of the Devil Path and is wicked beyond redemption. After we repay him, when we meet him again, it will be time to eradicate him. You understand? Feng Kim Hong nodded. Understood. Southern border. Fang Yuan was in a dream. Achoo! Achoo! Fang Yuan sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose and said to the female Gu master, Again. The female Gu master stood behind the counter and took out 3 stones. Please. This was already another dream. The water path dream realm earlier. Because it was too difficult, Fang Yuan gave up on it. A few days later, the dream realm moved, and finally, a dream realm suitable for Fang Yuan to explore appeared. What made Fang Yuan very happy was, if he successfully explored this dream realm, he could directly raise his luck path attainment level. There were very few luck path Gu immortals, because even though Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he did not popularize it. So, dream realms that contained luck path true meaning were also rare. Fang Yuan was able to encounter such a dream realm. The chances were very small. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 stones in front of him. He already knew, according to the rules of this dream realm, he needed to win 3 times in a row and find the most valuable item among these stones to skip this stage and enter the second stage. Stone gambling. I have already succeeded twice. If I fail this time, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I should use Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan activated the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but there was no reaction. What's going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the female Gu master who served him said softly, "Little brother, choose the middle one. Don't worry, I won't cheat you." Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan in a flirtatious manner. Fang Yuan finally understood this was the effect of Unravel Dream. He did not hesitate. He grabbed the middle one. 3 stones were opened. None of them had Gu worms, but according to the stone's material, the middle one had the highest value. The first stage faded away in front of him. Soon, he entered the second stage. Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven, Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. 3 layers of round altars, pillars, white jade railings, and sunlight shined. Calamity Luck Altar was still operating. 8 Gu Immortals occupied 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, activating it day and night. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster had a solemn expression. He was surrounded by 3 layers of 5 colored rings. The pressure from Calamity Luck Altar was increasing. 5 Elements Grandmaster had to use all his strength to resist it. Both sides were silent, because it was clear to them that the other party could not be moved by words. Right at this time, the whole of Longevity Heaven resounded with bell sounds. The 8 extremities heard this bell sound, and their bodies shook. They were bewildered. This is a mortal killer move. Alarm bell ring. How can this be? Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set up this immortal killer move in Longevity Heaven. Once Longevity Heaven encounters a huge danger, the bell will ring. But 5 Elements Grandmaster is already trapped by us. The 8 extremities conversed. They were all at a loss. The leader of the 8 extremities, Heaven Extremity, pondered. No, even when 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked, the alarm bell did not ring. Now that the bell is ringing, it means there is another danger. The other 7 extremities were flustered. That means to say, this tribulation is even more severe than 5 Elements Grandmaster's sneak attack. Right now, all of us need to activate Calamity Luck Altar to suppress 5 Elements Grandmaster. We cannot split ourselves. How are we going to face this tribulation? With Calamity Luck Altar here, heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations cannot do anything to us. This is going to be terrifying. The second leader, Territory Extremity, looked at Heaven Extremity as he said, "In this situation, we can only awaken the 4 Desolation Immortals." Heaven Extremity had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Longevity Heaven cannot even protect itself. I am curious. What kind of tribulation can make this alarm bell ring? Heaven Extremity was about to speak. Suddenly, A voice resounded in his ears. The so-called tribulations and calamities are actually good luck. They are all luck path in essence. They are all variables. We Gu immortals need to turn bad variables into variables that are beneficial to us. Calamity luck altar was constructed with this concept. Heaven Extremity heard this voice and was surprised and joyful. Five Elements Grandmaster also looked at this mysterious Gu immortal who had appeared out of nowhere, asking, "Which four Desolation immortal are you?" "We greet Lord South Desolation." The eight extremities greeted together, giving Five Elements Grandmaster a clear answer. Inside Longevity Heaven, there were eight extremities, four Desolation, a total of 12 positions. The four Desolation immortals were Eastern Desolation, Southern Desolation, Western Desolation, and Northern Desolation for rank 8 Gu immortals. The eight extremities were Heaven Extremity, Earth Extremity, Profound Extremity, Yellow Extremity, Space Extremity, Time Extremity, Flood Extremity, and Desolate Extremity, 8 rank 7 Gu immortals. Of course, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun, Immortals Grotto Heaven. It was huge and had abundant resources. Other than these 12, there were other Gu immortals. But these 12 were the core authority of Longevity Heaven. They were elites among Gu immortals. South Desolation Immortal wore azure gold armor. His beard extended to his chest. He had a muscular body and an old face. He continued, "When the bell rings, I wake up." The bell rings were 3 long and 2 short. It was neither fast nor slow. It meant that Love Immortal Gu was approaching Northern Plains. Love Immortal Gu had the ability to defy fate. Back then, our ancestor was quite wary of it. In order to obtain Love Immortal Gu, our ancestor made a bet with the Celestial Court, but he could not refine Love Immortal Gu for 3 years. He could only use this chance to set up a supreme luck path method on Love Immortal Gu. One day in the future, when the method is activated, Love Immortal Gu will be drawn to Northern Plains by luck. This is the best chance for us to seize Love Immortal Gu. Giant Sun, Immortal's immortal killer move, was very profound. His descendants could deduce some information about calamities and tribulations from this bell ring. Even though the 8 extremities knew about the alarm bell ringing, they did not know about the details of the bell itself. Hearing South Desolation Immortal's words, they became excited. It turned out that many years ago, Giant Sun Immortal had already made arrangements. Heaven Extremities said, "Lord South Desolation, please lead the way. The 8 extremities will listen to your orders. We are willing to risk our lives for Longevity Heaven and seize Love Immortal Gu." Southern Border. This is by Xiang Grotto Heaven. He Lulan stepped into the Immortal Aperture's entrance, officially stepping into by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Tai by Yunsheng, Ing Wuxia, and Shernu followed closely behind. Something is not right. Ing Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. At the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed. The Gu formation activated, forming a special space that contained the 4 immortals. Bai Ning Bing's figure appeared faintly. Shernu was shocked and furious. He shouted, "You are Bai Ning Bing? You dare to betray us." "Humph, Shadow Sect scum. This day next year will be your death anniversary." Bai Ning Bing sneered. A cold and cruel light shined in her light blue dragon eyes. Ing Wuxia was greatly surprised. Bai Ning Bing actually broke free of his control. It was out of his expectations. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "So that's it, you actually used the humans alike dragons Gu refinement method? This method has been lost for a long time. By Xiang Grotto Heaven actually has it. To speak the truth, I need to thank you. Accept my gift." Bai Ning Bing sneered. The image that appeared in front of the 4 immortals became fainter and fainter, before vanishing completely. "Wait a moment, we can still talk." Before Ing Wuxia finished speaking, the Gu formation activated. Snow flew. Countless ice spears pierced through the air. The four immortals had to deal with them quickly. On mountain ruins, inside the super goo formation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it did not matter. Fang Yuan had plenty of guts goo. Luck Path Master. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He found that his Luck Path attainment level had risen to master level. The Luck Path Dream realm earlier had already been completely explored by him. His usage of Unravel Dream was completely exhausted, but his gains were even greater. His Luck Path attainment level that was extremely ordinary had risen to master level. He immediately felt a different feeling. This feeling was very mystical. It could not be described with words. If my Luck Path attainment reaches Grandmaster level, I might be able to exchange for the self-luck true inheritance that Land Spirit of Langia has. I would be able to use it very well. My strength would rise greatly. But for now, I feel that I can use Unravel Mystery, Immortal Goo, and Luck together to greatly increase the power of the Immortal Killer Move Chi Luck Sensation. Chapter 1245. Chi Luck Sensation. This Immortal Killer move came from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Goo Immortal Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Chi Luck Immortal Goo as the core, and Mortal Goo as supplementary, allowing the Goo Immortal to sense the people and objects that were closely related to their own luck. Furthermore, the closer they got, the clearer and more complete their senses would be. Using this move, Fang Yuan could sense the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest, even if they were across regional walls. This was because Ing Wuxia and the rest had already connected their luck to Fang Yuan. After connecting their luck would be closely related at all times. After all, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. However, because of Ing Wuxia's various methods, a portion of Chi Luck Sensation's effect was suppressed, even though he hid in his immortal aperture to completely avoid the detection of Chi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan was very wary of Ing Wuxia and the rest because even though Shadow Sect was in ruins, a broken ship still had 3 nails, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as they gathered the remaining resources of Shadow Sect, Ing Wuxia and the rest would become stronger. They would be able to move faster and more steadily than Fang Yuan. This time, I will raise the level of Chi Luck Sensation. I might be able to find the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest. I will get rid of them in advance and get rid of this huge threat. Fang Yuan decided to add Unravel Mystery, Immortal Goo into Chi Luck Sensation, increasing the number of cores of this killer move from 1 to 2. Unravel Mystery, Immortal Goo is Wisdom Path. I will add some Wisdom Goo in first. Next, I will use some Group Plan Goo and some Connect Luck Mortal Goo, Pair Goo, and Sequencing Goo. Fang Yuan did not make any deductions. He made his choice based on his intuition. A large number of Mortal Goo were added. Fang Yuan had some of these Goo worms, but he needed to buy most from Jewel Yellow Skies. There were no twists and turns. Not long after, he collected all the Goo worms. But next, he did not rush to activate the Immortal Killer move. He experimented step by step. Because he gained so many Goo worms at once. The original Chi Luck Sensation had changed greatly. If he activated it blindly, it might fail and cause Fang Yuan to be injured. In a more serious situation, the Goo worm would be destroyed. Forget about the Mortal Goo. If the Immortal Goo were destroyed, who would Fang Yuan cry to? When a Goo Immortal creates an Immortal Killer move, the process of testing it was very risky. Fang Yuan first split the entire new Chi Luck Sensation killer move into several parts. He began to experiment one by one. The results of the experiment were excellent. None of them were unsuccessful. Fang Yuan then used Wisdom Path methods to deduce and modify the Chi Luck Sensation killer move he had just created. Half a day later, Fang Yuan finished deducing. He started to activate Qi Luck sensation for the first time. Halfway through activating it, a small problem that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations appeared. Of course, these problems were not too big, and it was very likely that they would not affect the final success. However, Fang Yuan was still cautious and stopped activating it. Give up halfway. Many mortal goo were destroyed. Fang Yuan did not even blink. It was fine as long as Qi Luck Immortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo were fine. He had a huge business now. He was extremely wealthy. Expending some mortal goo was a negligible loss to Fang Yuan. The supplementary mortal goo did not need to be purchased again. Fang Yuan had already considered this situation earlier. Thus, the quantity he purchased far exceeded what he needed in one go. He continued to deduce and found the reason. What exactly caused this unexpected change? This time, Fang Yuan deduced for a long time. After adjusting the Immortal Killer Move's contents, he cultivated for a while. He started experimenting again. This time, during the latter half of activating the Immortal Killer Move, an unexpected situation occurred again. The Immortal Killer Move involved too many goo worms. Many times, even Fang Yuan could not deduce the changes inside. Even though it was just a small spark that appeared out of nowhere, Fang Yuan still felt that he had to investigate it carefully. He stopped activating the killer move again, be it Unravel Mystery or Qi Luck Immortal Goo. They had to be activated at the crucial moment. Thus, even though he lost many mortal goo, it was not a big deal. He did this again and again. He continued to experiment, deduct, and adjust. A few days later, Fang Yuan finally obtained a relatively perfect Qi Luck sensation. This immortal killer move had 3 times the number of goo worms compared to before, with 2 immortal goo as the cores, Unravel Mystery, and Qi Luck. It was like 2 bright suns, activating a brand new Qi Luck sensation. A profound feeling quickly filled Fang Yuan's mind. First, Yifan, Hong Yi, and Han Li were in southern border, central continent, and western desert, respectively. Their specific locations were much clearer than before, especially Yifan. Fang Yuan immediately found out that he was on Shangliang Mountain. Next, he had a vague feeling. Ing Wuxia and He Lulan appeared in Fang Yuan's detection again, but they were very vague, many times more, so than Yifan. He did not know their exact location. Fang Yuan could only sense a rough range. Strange. Other than Ing Wuxia and He Lulan, there is another person who is also in a vague state, similar to them. Did Ing Wuxia use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to connect his luck to an unknown Goo Immortal? Fang Yuan immediately guessed the truth. He frowned. It was no secret that Connect Luck Immortal Goo was in Ing Wuxia's hands. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Right now, Fang Yuan was no longer using Spring Autumn Cicada. He had sealed it, and in terms of luck, with the help of Luck Immortal Goo, it had turned from a weak point to an advantage. But with Ing Wuxia and the rest, Fang Yuan's advantage was taken away. Giant Sun Immortal's early rise was mostly due to Luck Immortal Goo, but Fang Yuan did not fully enjoy the benefits that Luck Immortal Goo gave him. It was fine if he shared it with Yifan, Han Li, Hong Yi, and He Lulan. After all, these 4 were people with strong luck. But Ing Wuxia and the other new Goo Immortal were at the bottom of the group. They were taking away the benefits of luck. This direction, to think that they are actually in southern border. Ing Wuxia and the rest need to be eliminated. After killing them, I will be truly safe. No one will care about the sovereign immortal body. At the same time, after killing these people, my luck will rise, and I will be able to display the true power of Luck Immortal Goo. At this moment, Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. He wanted to move immediately and kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Central continent. All right, let's go. Rank 8 Goo, Immortal Wei Lingyang shouted. His voice was hoarse. He had a middle-aged appearance, he had deep eye bags, and was listless. He gave off a feeling of exhaustion. But among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, he was the strongest. He was the leader of this Northern Plains rescue mission. And with him were Bai Chen Tian and Myriad Tidal Dragon. These 2 were also rank 8 Gu immortals. Bai Chen Tian had participated in the Battle of Etian Mountain and survived. Myriad Tidal Dragon's seniority was higher than Bai Chen Tian, and recently he had received guidance from Duke Long. His strength rose again. Duke Long was old. He could not fight anymore, but with him in charge of the overall situation, he immediately displayed a different kind of grandeur. Just rank 8 Gu immortals alone, they were all Celestial Court Gu immortals. Even though they had phantom apertures, their battle strength far surpassed the rank 8 Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. The immortals responded loudly. They split into 3 groups and entered the 3 immortal Gu houses. These 3 immortal Gu houses were Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. It had 7 floors, curtains were fluttering in the wind. Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion was exquisite and small. It was full of vitality. Combat Immortal Sect's Edge Link Camp was majestic and had flags fluttering in the wind. Each immortal Gu house was guarded by a rank 8 Gu immortal. Zhao Lianyun was placed in the middle one, Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. She went to the top floor. It was the safest place in this immortal Gu house. This time, our formation is too huge. Not only do we have 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, we even have 3 immortal Gu houses. Victory is already certain. Bu Zhenzi followed behind Zhao Lianyun and said. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She did not show it on the surface, but her heart was pounding. Hongyun, I'm here. You need to persevere. The 3 immortal Gu houses flew into the sky like 3 meteors. Edgelink Camp was at the front, creating a storm. Wind-sweeping building was in the middle, dispatching reinforcements. Canary Pavilion was at the back, flexible and adaptable. The heavenly wind chi wall was already close at hand. Boom! Edgelink Camp unleashed its might. A huge sharp horn condensed into a solid shape and pierced the heavenly wind chi wall. Its momentum did not decrease as it forcefully opened a passage. Wind-sweeping building and Canary Pavilion followed closely behind. Bam, bam, bam. Wind-sweeping building continued to shake. Zhao Lianyun's body was also shaking at the top floor. She almost fell down. Bu Zhenzi was tongue-tied. It is said that the heavenly wind chi wall is thicker and harder to pass than the 5 regional walls. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Our wind-sweeping building is only at the middle section. It is already so unstable as it moves through the open passage. The astral chi is surging from both sides. It is hard to imagine what kind of situation Edgelink Camp is in. The heavenly wind chi wall was formed from countless strands of astral chi. Once a passage was opened, the surrounding astral chi would quickly flow over and seal the passage. Thus, the 3 immortal Gu houses were very close to each other. They were almost touching each other as they charged forward. After half a journey, Edgelink Camp's Gu worms were damaged, their momentum slowed down, and they retreated to the back. Wind-sweeping building took over Edgelink Camp's position, bearing the heavy burden of opening the passage. After a quarter of the journey, Canary Pavilion charged at the front again. Like this, several days later, the 3 immortal Gu houses finally broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered Black Heaven. Right now, in the Gu Master world, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left in the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason for not choosing White Heaven was simple. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment. It could conceal the traces of the 3 immortal Gu houses to a certain extent. This way, the Central Continent Gu immortals could maintain their advantage in sneak attacks. Chapter 1246. Southern Border. Inside the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan savored the power of qi luck sensation. He continued to comprehend the benefits of his attainment level. This time, even though the process of raising qi luck sensation was a little complicated, it was extremely easy. Everything seems to have happened naturally and naturally. It was often difficult for ordinary Gu immortals to perfect or raise the level of an immortal killer move. For example, Gu immortal vicious lightning fiend of myriad dragon dock, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, spent many years to obtain the immortal killer move lightning deity. Vicious lightning fiend's lightning deity was deduced from blood deity's incomplete Gu recipe. This involved lightning path and blood path. Vicious lightning fiend's lightning path attainment level was high enough, but his blood path attainment was extremely ordinary. Thus, he spent many years and even used some of Myriad Dragon Dock's resources to barely succeed. This is the lack of attainment level. I can only forcefully deduce it. Maybe a high level of wisdom path attainment can provide a lot of help, or I can only rely on inspiration and time. Hei Fan was a time path great expert. Didn't he also have many immortal killer moves that were not created after his death? However, once my attainment level is high enough, deducing killer moves can no longer be called deductions. It is a type of instinct. It is simply too easy. Fang Yuan continued to ponder over it. This time, to raise the immortal killer move qi luck sensation, Fang Yuan had only spent a few days. But it gave him a lot of shock. When imagining the general framework of the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan did not think much. He had a vague concept in his mind. Next, he chose Gu worms, as long as they were luck path or wisdom path mortal Gu. He relied on a type of intuition. Intuition? It was hard to imagine. But the truth was like that. Once one's attainment level reached a certain level, understanding of Gu worms, and conceptualization of immortal killer moves of related paths. It had already become an instinct of the Gu immortal. This instinct was close to a talent. It was as if they were born with it. It was so natural and easy. It was as if humans were born to breathe through their nostrils. It was a natural thing. Attainment level is the perception of the great Tao. My luck path attainment level has reached master level. This has given me a keen sense of everything related to luck path. It was an indescribable perception and perception. When upgrading qi luck sensation, I don't even need to test it. I already know what Gu worms to use as support. Similarly, there is wisdom path. My wisdom path is already at grandmaster level. My knowledge of wisdom path is even deeper than luck path. Thus, unravel mystery immortal Gu was able to perfectly fuse into qi luck sensation. Fang Yuan summed it up. He found the benefits of advancing to a higher realm far exceeded his previous imagination. Being able to annex immortal apertures of more paths was only the most direct manifestation. In other aspects, it had also brought about many excellent benefits. In the future, he raised the realm of all the schools to the Grandmaster level and even Great Grandmaster level. Will he be able to come up with a killer move that encompasses all paths? Fang Yuan could not help but let his thoughts run wild. The truth is, Spectral Soul has already reached this level. Perhaps it was because of this. Only then could he think of sovereign, immortal fetus Gu's recipe, right? Thinking of immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes. The essence was the same. Thinking of Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in southern border. Not long ago, he had already used qi luck sensation to find out that in Wuxia and the rest were in this direction. Fang Yuan already had a rough idea of the area. Even though Fang Yuan had deep killing intent towards in Wuxia and the rest, he thought about it and decided to make some preparations before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it only had rank 6 battle strength currently. In Wuxia and the rest's information was wrong. They thought that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. But Fang Yuan could not possibly use this rank 8 battle strength to kill them in battle, right? In the previous battle in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan saw the strength of Ing Wuxia and the rest. This time, there was a period of time. Fang Yuan could not estimate if Ing Wuxia and the rest had inherited shadow sex resources, or if their cultivation level and battle strength had risen by another level. To be on the safe side, Fang Yuan had to make more preparations. It was better to be prepared. He had to try to get rid of this huge threat in this battle. Qi Luck sensation was a good example. Fang Yuan had already started to fuse Sword Dragon transformation with Myriad Self. Other than that, he also borrowed Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. This was the benefit of joining Wu Clan. It was different from Langya's sect. Langya's sect was a sect. They paid attention to sect contribution points. Wu Clan had a clan system. Fang Yuan's identity was Wu Yihai on the surface. He was also Wu Yong's younger brother. He was the closest blood relation in the entire clan. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked to borrow some immortal Gu from Wu Clan's treasury, Wu Yong did not stop him. He agreed. In fact, Wu Yong was quite satisfied with Fang Yuan's recent performance. After Fang Yuan entered the Super Gu formation, he followed their agreement and did not interfere with Wu Clan's internal affairs. This allowed Wu Yong to have a better grasp of Wu Clan's situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Yihai, handled the Immortal Opportunity business perfectly. He displayed great political skills, Ba Clan, and the rest could not do anything about it. He helped Wu Clan to defend the giant Dream Realm. This was a contribution to Wu Clan. Wu Yong remembered Fang Yuan's contribution. He not only agreed to Fang Yuan's borrowing of Wu Clan's treasury, he even lowered the rental price. Fang Yuan paid a lot of Eastern Sea cultivation resources to Wu Clan. He borrowed several Immortal Gu. Among them were Strength Path Dragon, Strength Immortal Gu, and Transformation Path Dragon Scale Immortal Gu. They were all targeted. These Immortal Gu would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's fusion of Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation. By Xiang Grotto Heaven, within the Super Gu formation, He Lulan, Shirnu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Ing Wuxia occupied 4 positions, resisting Bai Ningbing. How? The Super Gu formation activated. Cold winds howled and ice blades flew, enveloping the 4 immortals. With Ing Wuxia at the lead, and the other 3 supporting him, they resisted the suppression of the Super Gu formation. Even though they were in a sorry state, their formation was still stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tai, Bai Yunsheng. It was Bai Ningbing's appearance, but only her upper body was visible. Her lower body was like a wisp of smoke. The moment Bai Ningbing appeared, she immediately charged towards Tai, Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was the weakest among the 4 immortals. Bai Ningbing chose to attack him. It was a correct tactic. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly retreated. In the previous battle, he had already experienced the power of Bai Ningbing's move. He suffered greatly. If not for the other 3 immortals' help, he would have died already. Switch. Shirnu, go. Seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng was in danger, Ing Wuxia quickly commanded. White light flashed on the 4 of them at the same time, before an eerie sigh resounded in the air. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunsheng's positions switched instantly. Shirnu faced Bai Ningbing's attack. Shirnu grunted, but he managed to block it. Tai Bai Yunsheng was behind Shirnu. Seeing this, he quickly used a Cloud Path Immortal Gu to heal him. Bai Ningbing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She has many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Damn it! Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually has the humans alike dragons Gu refinement method. Wasn't this method destroyed by Duke Long already? What the hell is he doing? Also, During the battle earlier, I felt my luck shaking. Fang Yuan actually raised his investigative method to such an extent. Now, even if I enter my immortal aperture, he will not be able to find me. Ing Wu Xie was facing huge pressure now. Bai Ningbing suddenly betrayed them. She was getting stronger as the battle dragged on. Ing Wu Xie and the rest could not escape. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had also grasped his location. In Ing Wu Xie's knowledge, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. If he rushed here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven would not be able to block the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. This also meant that Fang Yuan could appear in front of him at any time. Even if Fang Yuan appeared at the next moment, Ing Wu Xie would not find it strange. Bai Ningbing, stop now. If we split, there will be harm, but if we work together, there will be benefits. Since you have already turned into a dragon man, you have the qualifications to inherit the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Back then, the Dragon Man race was extremely powerful. They had countless Gu immortals and created Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Man race perished, the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace was hidden in a corner of Eastern Sea. My shadow sect has a rough idea of that location. Unfortunately, only Dragon Man Gu immortals who used the humans alike dragons Gu refinement method have the qualifications to inherit it. If you cooperate with us, Dragon Palace will be yours. Ing Wu Xie shouted. Bai Ningbing did not respond. The Super Gu formation continued to attack relentlessly. Ing Wu Xie felt stifled. He shouted again, Bai Ningbing, if you don't stop now, it will be too late. You and I both know who it is. He has the rank 8 upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Not long ago, he had already used luck path methods to find our location. I am not trying to scare you. Earlier, the luck shook intensely. Even you should have felt your heart pounding, right? Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her voice was transmitted. He is here. That is what I wanted. I am going to negotiate with him. Even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, it is worth it. Ing Wu Xie was anxious. He shouted, Don't you, and I know what kind of person he is, you are asking a tiger for its skin. You will only harm yourself in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ningbing smiled. This is a grudge between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. The 4 of you should just die obediently. Ing Wu Xie suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I know, you want to obtain that rotation Gu in his hands. Right, that's right. You used the humans alike dragons Gu refinement method and turned into a dragon lady. If you want to turn into a male, you need to find the source. I have it. I have the Gu worm you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time, the Super Gu formation attacking Ing Wu Xie showed signs of slowing down. Chapter 1247. Zhao Lianyun stood at the highest floor of the immortal Gu House, wind-sweeping building, looking outside. He saw that black heaven was covered in darkness. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. But it was not without light. Some faint, blurry spots of light appeared in Zhao Lianyun's field of vision. One look, and one could tell that they were very far away. Black heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were like this. Each layer was at least the size of the 5 regions combined. However, because of the Run ancestor and his 10 sons, only black heaven and white heaven remained. We finally got past the heavenly wind chi wall. We entered black heaven. This is black heaven. It seems very peaceful. The surrounding Gu immortals started to discuss. In this layer, Zhao Lianyun and Bu Zhenzi were not the only 2 Gu immortals. We have entered black heaven. Wei Ling Yang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Right now, the 3 immortal Gu houses had changed their formation. With Edge Link Camp at the front, Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building were at the left, and right behind them. The other rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals had never entered Black Heaven before. They did not know the dangers inside. Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Chun Tian knew clearly. The immemorial 9 heavens. Normally speaking, only rank 8 Gu immortals could enter and search for resources inside. Other rank 7 Gu immortals like Feng Joga and Chu Du could also enter, but the risk was higher. Ignoring everything else, after entering Black Heaven, the 3 immortal Gu houses' speed fell by a lot. Moreover, the immortal Gu houses no longer shined brightly. They were gray, like 3 lifeless meteors. The surrounding Gu immortals' discussions gradually stopped. The entire floor of wind-sweeping building fell into silence. Complete silence. The first feeling that Black Heaven gave to Zhao Lianyan was that it was extremely vast. It seems that our luck is quite good. Bai Qin Tian transmitted. It is better to be careful. We have just started our journey. Myriad Tidal Dragon maintained his vigilance. Wei Lingyang suddenly said, "Be careful, there is a beast group ahead." The 3 immortal Gu houses' speed fell by a level, even with such a powerful formation. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful and cautious. Soon, Zhao Lianyan heard the sound of snorting. What is it? It looks like a large group of pigs. Many Gu immortals were lying outside the windows, looking over. Very soon, the immortals were all amazed. Using the power of the immortal Gu houses, the Gu immortals could see through the night sky. There was a large group of pigs running below them. Pigs flying in the sky seemed very funny, but the Gu immortals had a completely different feeling. All of them were shocked. This is an astral soaring, heavenly pig. My God, there are actually so many of them. It is hard to imagine. Each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient, desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 7 Gu immortal. It's rare in the 5 regions, but there are hundreds of them here. Fortunately, desolate beasts have low intelligence. They don't have the intelligence of humans. The Gu immortals were shocked, but also glad. This group of astral flying, heavenly pigs constantly let out puffing sounds as they soared into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the immortals, the leader was the largest boar king. Suddenly, it charged into the heavenly wind chi wall below the boar's leg. Next, the astral flying heavenly pigs behind the boar king also followed suit. They were as agile as flying fish. With agility that did not match their size, they charged into the heavenly wind chi wall one after another. Soon, this large group of astral-flying heavenly pigs vanished from the immortal's vision. Bu Zhenzi stood beside Zhao Lianyan, sighing, "Nature's creation is truly mystical. We Gu immortals have to pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. It is very difficult, but for these astral-flying heavenly pigs, it is an easy matter. The heavenly wind chi wall is like the sea to a group of fish." At this time, a voice was heard. Actually, long ago, there were Gu immortals who had discovered this. They killed the astral-flying heavenly pigs and used the immortal materials in their bodies to refine Chi Path Immortal Gu. These Chi Path Immortal Gu can often help Gu immortals effectively pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyan turned around and saw a young Gu immortal, beautiful like a woman, quietly standing in front of them with a slight smile. Bu Zhenzi's eyes shined with brilliance, recognizing this person. This young Gu immortal cupped his fists and greeted, "I am Yu Yizi, a disciple of Ancient Soul Sect. Greetings to Senior Bu Zhenzi and Spirit Affinity House's current generation Fairy Zhao. Yu Yizi, although you only have rank 6 cultivation level, you are very knowledgeable. There are often rank 7 Gu immortals looking for you to refine immortal Gu or research Gu recipes. You can be said to be an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals." Bu Zhenzi replied with a praising tone. Of course. The main point was to introduce him to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun accepted a phantom aperture and stored love goo inside. After going through special training, she had just entered the circle of goo immortals. She did not know much about Central Continent's goo immortals. "Hello, you Easy." Zhao Lianyun nodded at the young goo immortal, asking, "Since you said so, you Easy, why didn't we use this type of immortal goo when we passed through the heavenly wind chi wall?" Yu Yizi smiled. "That is because Chi Path's golden age has already passed. Nowadays, countless Chi Path goo recipes have been lost, and most of the goo materials have also gone extinct. Think about it. How many people can reach the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all goo immortals have to become rank 8 before they have the qualifications to enter and explore this place. Thus, it is insignificant whether we have this type of Chi Path immortal goo or not." Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing his understanding. At this time, the group of immortals beside the window let out a low cry. Zhao Lianyun turned around, only to see a large patch of dark clouds brushing past wind sweeping building. Dark clouds are the most commonly seen phenomenon in black heaven. This kind of cloud can only be considered the smallest type among the dark clouds. The truly huge dark clouds are like floating continents in black heaven. In the depths of the dark clouds, there are often ferocious and terrifying beast groups or plants. Ueezy explained, even for the smallest black cloud, the 3 immortal goo houses needed several minutes to fly past it. Ueezy was indeed very knowledgeable. There were many things that even rank 7 goo immortal Bushunzi did not know, but he could explain them clearly. Almost all of Zhao Lianyun's questions could be answered by him. Both sides gradually conversed more. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. In the following journey, the 3 immortal goo houses encountered several more dark clouds. These dark clouds were not very obvious in black heaven without a powerful investigative killer move. They would unknowingly fly into the dark clouds. The dark clouds were like lone islands in the sea. The surface and even the interior of the dark clouds were not dead. There were usually life forms residing in them. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were very careful. They did not casually move the immortal goo houses into the dark clouds. They would rather take a detour and move further away to avoid entering the dark clouds. But sometimes not looking for trouble did not mean trouble would not find you. Snake cries resounded. A large group of dark venomous snakes suddenly flew out of the dark clouds, attacking the 3 immortal goo houses. These dark venomous snakes all had desolate beast level battle strength. The king snake was at ancient desolate beast level. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snakes. Wei Lingyang was confused. Fight or retreat? Bai Chuntian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat if we can avoid fighting. We should preserve our battle strength. We still have a long journey ahead. It will not be easy to retreat. They are dark venomous snakes after all. Inside another immortal goo house, Wan Hai Long transmitted. Dark venomous snakes were very vengeful. Once they identified their prey, they would not let it go easily. The 3 immortal goo houses accelerated. After flying for some distance, the dark venomous snakes were still behind them. Not just that, even more dark venomous snakes came out of the dark clouds. So many snakes. That dark cloud is simply a snake nest. I wonder how the 3 rank 8s will deal with it. In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 immortal goo houses after all. That's right. These dark venomous snakes have poison path Dao marks, especially their gallbladders. They are the best immortal materials for refining healing goo worms. The goo immortals inside the immortal goo houses talked to each other, expressing their opinions. But the 3 rank 8 goo immortals retreated. They did not listen to these goo immortals' wishes to fight. They continued to fly like this. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals tried their best to avoid them. Along the way, the dark, venomous snakes encountered another group. It was larger than the previous one. Other than that, they also encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were the size of bears. They had ferocious mouth parts. Most importantly, they had terrifying numbers. The dark, venomous snakes paled in comparison. The number of bear mosquitoes was not small. Once the 3 immortal Gu houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes, they had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacking together. What did that mean? It was terrifying beyond compare. After this battle, those restless Gu immortals shut their mouths. They realized the dangers of Black Heaven. Thankfully, they had 3 immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals to protect them. Otherwise, they would have perished in the battle against the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while, a dazzling starlight appeared in front of them. Above a black cloud, star fragment grass was growing everywhere. Countless insects were living in the grassland. The 3 immortal Gu houses stopped for the first time. Several Gu immortals were sent out to search for star fragment grass and other resources. Did you guys feel it? Wei Lingyang transmitted at this time. That's right. This trip to Black Heaven was very smooth. I have never encountered such a situation while exploring Black Heaven. By Chun Tian's side, Myriad Tidal Dragon continued. I'm afraid that in this trip to save Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun's presence has affected our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens are moving freely. There are no rules. Even Providence cannot interfere with this. Whatever we encounter depends on our luck. Wei Lingyang nodded. I think so too. Chapter 1248. C_T. Genius 1 second remember love. Go/novel web, providing you with interesting novels to read. Above the vast sea of clouds, a figure was floating, looking at the moving clouds and the vast land. He was silent. This person wore green gold armor. His beard reached his chest. He was tall and sturdy. His face was old. It was South Desolation Immortal. Yao Huang greets Lord South Desolation, Immortal Envoy. A figure appeared. It was Yao clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around, smiling. We are both rank 8s. You can call me friend. There is no need to be so polite. Yao Huang bowed respectfully. In terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation is several times higher than me. In terms of seniority, I am Lord South Desolation's great-grandson. How can I be rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing, You are very good, but it is a pity that our Huangjin bloodline is declining. In the vast northern plains, outside of Longevity Heaven, there is only one rank 8 Gu Immortal, a member of our Huangjin clan. Prince's Impatience might be a member of Gong clan, but in South Desolation Immortal's eyes, he was not a bloodline member. He was still an outsider. In my generation, the Huangjin clan had 4 rank 8s. One of them was called Tiger Deity. He had unparalleled divine might. He was a promising candidate to break through to rank 9. Unfortunately, he died in Black Heaven. Time flies. The Huangjin bloodline is indeed declining with each generation. South Desolation Immortal's eyes showed deep disappointment. Yao Huang was speechless. Yao Huang was not qualified to criticize the Huangjin bloodline like this. Only South Desolation Immortal had the qualifications to do so. In fact, South Desolation Immortal was speaking the truth. Yao Huang could not refute it. It was indeed so. The Huangjin clan in Northern Plains was gradually declining. Talents were declining. Lone cultivators and demonic path stars were emerging endlessly. For example, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, Chudu, and that Lu Guan Yi. However, Ancestor Giant Sun had already predicted this situation. South Desolation Immortals suddenly changed the topic, saying something that shocked Yao Huang. Oh, ancestor giant sun rose up in the medieval antiquity era. He could actually predict this situation, even though he cultivated luck path. However, his wisdom path attainments were definitely not weak. Furthermore, the so-called luck is essentially a variable. Since the ancestor created the luck Tao, he naturally knew the truth of the changes in the world. After he established the 88-point Xinyang Tower, he once said that this building would definitely collapse in the future. Once it collapses, it would be the beginning of a great era, the sign of a great change in the world, said South Desolation Immortal. The medicine sovereign was shocked. Is that so? What was a great era? An era where immortal venerables and devil venerables were born. This was the publicly acknowledged great era. South Desolation Immortal let out a long sigh. Ancestor Giant Sun painstakingly set up all kinds of methods to trick his descendants and preserve his strength. Let his descendants face the wind and the waves in this great era and become the people who make waves. At the very least, we have to protect ourselves and preserve our bloodline seeds. Yao Huang hesitated and said, no matter how weak our golden bloodline is, it can't be that we can't even sustain ourselves, right? Northern Plains is still under our control, even if we can't do anything. There's still the longevity heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. No matter how strong longevity heaven is, it is only formed from the ancestors' immortal aperture. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court has 3 immortal venerables who left behind their immortal apertures, and the members of the Celestial Court have all donated their grotto heavens. How can the foundation of longevity heaven compare to the Celestial Court? Like this time, Central Continent is invading. They directly sent 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. Does our golden bloodline have such strength? The medicine sovereign was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent is invading. South Desolation Immortal did not explain. He only said, follow me closely. Before he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. The medicine sovereign quickly followed behind. The 2 immortals passed through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, the medicine sovereign headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, the medicine sovereign's heart shook. Black Heaven. Danger lurks everywhere. Even though I often explore and search for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey like today. Could it be Lord South Desolation has a route map of Black Heaven? But in fact, route maps were not useful in the immemorial 9 heavens. This was because the clouds in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. There were fixed locations, but they were very rare. The Central Continent trip was already very smooth, but they still encountered problems like astral wind, flying heavenly boars, and black venomous snakes. South Desolation Immortal and the Medicine Sovereign, however, were safe and sound. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. All right, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped. The Medicine Sovereign also slowed down and flew to his side, standing still. He felt a little strange. The surroundings were empty. There was not even a trace of wind. Why did South Desolation Immortal stop here? At the next moment, the South Desolation Immortal used his actions to answer. Golden light burst out of his body. He was like a fragment of the sun, forcing the Medicine Sovereign to close his eyes. The Medicine Sovereign's heart jumped. Black Heaven was dark and gloomy. Such a strong action was no doubt inviting the attack of fierce beasts. But even after being vigilant for a long time, he did not see any beast groups. Is this Black Heaven or not? The Medicine Sovereign was puzzled. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's immortal killer move was finally activated. A dark golden palace appeared from the void, revealing a grand and majestic palace. The medicine sovereign had never expected an immortal goo house to be hidden here. He soon recognized the origin of this palace. His expression was extremely excited as he muttered, "Isn't this luck suppression, heavenly palace, calamity luck altar, 88-point Jinyang Tower, and luck suppression heavenly palace were the three immortal goo houses that giant Sun Immortal had when he was alive. 88-point Jinyang Tower was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by giant Sun Immortal. Calamity Luck Altar was placed in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven by giant Sun Immortal, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun must have a deep meaning for placing this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. But what is his intention? The medicine sovereign was guessing in his heart when South Desolation Immortal turned around and looked at him, saying, "Follow me." The medicine sovereign followed South Desolation Immortal into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. "You are here." There was actually someone in the hall. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His wool was not condensed when he opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning shining with golden light. The medicine sovereign saw this person and shuddered. His heart was filled with shock. Ancestor Giant Sun. Howl. The wolf group howled as they chased after the three immortal goo houses. These wolves were tall and slender. They had strong bodies. They had black wolf eyes and claws, emitting a cruel and fierce aura. The most peculiar thing was that they had no fur, they had leather armor. They were shiny black and very sturdy. This was a night heavenly wolf group. The scale was huge. There were over 10,000 night heavenly wolves. Each of the night heavenly wolves was a desolate beast. The Wolf King was an ancient desolate beast. There was even a wolf emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape. We are surrounded. To think that the wolf emperor has a rank 8 wild immortal goo that can conceal its tracks. A wolf pack of this size is not commonly seen in Black Sky, and we actually encountered one. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Lingyang shouted, "Break out of the encirclement towards the northwest." Edge Link Camp took the lead. Its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a giant horn that pierced the sky. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced through the wolf group's formation, creating a huge hole in just one move. Hundreds of desolate beast night, heavenly wolves died tragically. The immortal goo house Edge Link Camp charged into the wolf group. Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building followed closely behind. A great battle that shook one to the core. During this time, the Wolf Emperor personally attacked. Its huge wolf claws smashed over like a small mountain, sending the immortal goo houses flying. Thankfully, each immortal goo house had a rank 8 goo immortal protecting it. The 3 immortal goo houses displayed their might, killing wolf corpses everywhere. The wolf group's encirclement tactic had already reached a level of perfection. The 3 immortal goo houses charged left and right. They could not break out of the encirclement. In the end, the Wolf Emperor personally howled and retreated with the wolf group, ending this battle. The wolf group had lost too many wolves. The Wolf Emperor did not want to expend too much of its strength. Thus it retreated. The 3 immortal goo houses were badly damaged. Large numbers of goo worms were lost, including 2 or 3 immortal goo reeds. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were also sweating profusely. They were in a sorry state. Their immortal essence expenditure was even more enormous. Why is it that the closer we get to northern plains, the more difficult it is? We have already encountered 5 night heavenly wolf groups. Not only that, we also encountered dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes. It is like countless beast groups are hunting us. Forget about these beast groups. The key is to not encounter the black and white reversal cloud again. That time, I almost couldn't return from Wind Sweeping Tower. Let's rest first. We need to repair the immortal goo houses. Wei Lingyong said. The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped when countless lights lit up in the surrounding thousands of li. It was like countless flowers were blooming. The light red flames were very delicate, like layers of flower petals. Within the flames, there was a deep black dot. Oh no, this is the unique phenomenon of black heaven, black lantern. The flames inside are all blind flames. Don't look at them. Bai Chun Tian screamed, quickly closing his eyes. But it was too late. Many goo immortals only took a glance before losing their vision. Within the 3 immortal goo houses, screams and screams could be heard everywhere. Zhao Lianyan was very lucky. Right now, she was talking to Yu Yizi with her back facing the window. Yu Yizi saw some blind flames from the corner of his eyes. He immediately felt his vision weaken. His vision turned blurry. He quickly closed his eyes. He had reacted early, but many goo immortals were not so lucky. Some goo immortals were looking around from the window. They saw at least 10,000 blind flames. Their vision turned pitch black. They could no longer see anything. The 3 immortal goo houses quickly escaped from the danger zone. Thankfully, the black lantern phenomenon was not like the wind and rain. It did not cause any substantial damage. The immortal goo houses successfully escaped, quickly leaving the black lanterns behind them. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals counted and found that at least 3 of them had lost their vision. Their current methods could not be used to save them. 7 of them had extremely bad vision. Their battle strength was greatly affected. They could be saved, but the price was high. Some healing immortal goo had to be transported from jewel yellow skies. We just escaped from the wolf group and wanted to rest, but the black lantern phenomenon happened at the center. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A large group of ants was migrating over. Each ant was a goo worm. Nether ant goo. Nether ants are opening the way. Next will be a soul beast army, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Quick, let's go. The 3 immortal goo houses had just stopped, but had to continue moving. Chapter 1249. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun, immortal, actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was extremely shocked. He could not believe it. South Desolation, immortal envoy pays respects to immortal venerable. At this time, South Desolation, immortal, had already bowed respectfully. Unfilial descendant Yao Senqiu pays respects to immortal ancestor. Yao Huang's body trembled in excitement. He knelt down on the spot with tears flowing down his face. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Get up. My main body died. Long ago, what is in front of you now is only a corpse. Yao Huang raised his head in shock. He looked carefully and saw that this giant sun, immortal, was not a living person. He was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed fake goo, all the souls in the world could stay in heaven and earth. At the same time, zombies also started to appear. Gradually, goo immortals found that their lifespan was insufficient. Turning into immortal zombies was one of the best choices. Even though the Celestial Court disliked and resisted it, they could not resist the will of the people and the general trend. There were more and more immortal zombies in the 5 regions. Ordinary goo immortals could turn into immortal zombies. There was no reason why the great giant sun, immortal, could not do it, right? When the medicine sovereign thought of this, the bewilderment in his heart vanished. Immortal zombie giant sun continued to explain. Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant left in my body. But Yao Huang was still very excited. Undeniably, you are the origin of our Huang gene bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself once, the Huang gene tribes will put aside their differences. We will unite together. The whole of Northern Plains will become our Huang gene tribe's garden again. But immortal zombie giant son shook his head. My main body died long ago, only a corpse is left. I have not transcended rank 9 after all. I have not obtained eternal life. Why would I show myself? I will just be a laughing stock. Moreover, this body I left behind only has the strength for one attack. If it moves even a little, it will turn to ashes. You're alone. Yao Huang was extremely shocked, but the reverence and fanaticism in his eyes did not fade. Even if Lord Immortal Ancestor only has one attack left, it will definitely shake heaven and earth. The sun and moon will lose their luster. Immortal zombie giant son laughed. Of course, but don't count on it. I set up luck suppression heavenly palace here to protect northern plains. As for leaving this body behind, there was another cause and effect. I need to return a favor. Favor? The medicine sovereign was taken aback. Giant son immortal left behind his fleshly body, turned into an immortal zombie, and sat in luck suppression heavenly palace for more than 300,000 years, all to return a favor. Who was it? How could a dignified, immortal venerable owe him a favor? And this favor was so huge that it was worth it for the giant son immortal to pay such a price. Yao Huang was extremely puzzled, but immortal zombie giant son did not continue to explain, instead saying, "This time, Central Continent's Gu immortals are invading. I cannot do anything. Don't count on me. Everything depends on the two of you." Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression. Even though Central Continent's Gu immortals are strong, we have luck suppression heavenly palace. There's also me and Lord Southern Wasteland. Don't worry, Ancestor. Even if the 3 Autumns have to risk their lives, they will stop these people. Even if I have to give up my life and die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate. Immortal zombie giant son glanced at Yao Huang and shook his head. He closed his eyes and meditated again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue, not saying a word. Yao Huang did not know what he meant, but at this time, South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder. "Follow me." The 2 immortals took their leave, leaving the main hall and entering the rear hall. Yao Huang's tone was still filled with excitement. "Please give the order, Lord Southern Wasteland. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was personally created by Ancestor Giant Sun according to the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor had great foresight. He placed this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. It has already suppressed this heaven for more than 300,000 years. Do you know what heaven and earth luck is? Yao Huang was slightly dazed, muttering, "Heaven and earth luck." South Desolation Immortal did not wait for him to answer. He smiled and said, "A person has their own luck, a wild beast also has its own luck, a blade of grass also has its own luck. But all living beings have their own luck. Other than that, a rock, a stream, they also have their own luck. The entire world has heaven's luck and earth's luck. The heaven and earth luck true inheritance is to see through the profundities of heaven and earth luck, to research it, to use it, and to change it. Not to mention Central Continent Gu immortals, 3 rank 8s with 3 immortal Gu houses. Even if they double their numbers, they will not be able to return. I did not summon you here to fight with your life on the line. You are the only rank 8 of the Huang Jin bloodline outside of my longevity heaven." "What?" Yao Huang was extremely shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued, "I do not have much lifespan left. I have been struggling at death's door for so long, lifespan Gu is already useless. Now, watch how I use this immortal Gu house to exterminate these Central Continent Gu immortals. After I die, you will take over the position of South Desolation." Yao Huang stared with wide eyes. He could not help but cry out, "Lord South Desolation!" The wind-sweeping tower was silent. Black lanterns were like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, it was a unique phenomenon in Black Heaven. It was not that they were unprepared, but the appearance of the Black Lantern phenomenon was too sudden. Most importantly, when this phenomenon occurred, Canary Pavilion, Wind Sweeping Building, and Edge Link Camp, these three immortal goo houses, were at the center of the countless Black Lanterns. Normally speaking, when Rank 8 goo immortals explored Black Heaven, they would discover the Black Lantern phenomenon from afar and quickly avoid it. This time, Central Continent's goo immortals had just gotten rid of the night Heavenly Wolf group. They had just relaxed, but to think that the Black Lanterns would appear, many goo immortals were heavily injured. At the highest floor of Wind Sweeping Building, "Father, your eyes." Rank 6 goo immortal Shi Zhengyi's eyes were filled with tears as he sobbed. His father was a famous Rank 7 goo immortal expert, but to think that he was one of the three who had lost his sight. When the Black Lantern phenomenon appeared, he was using his investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was extremely effective, but it became the main culprit behind his blindness. It was almost certain that from now on, Shi Gu would bid farewell to the light. He would become a blind person who could not see the outside world. But Shi Gu was very calm. He stretched out his hand and stroked Shi Zhengyi's hair, consoling him. "So what if I am blind? I have many methods. I have all kinds of investigative killer moves. Even if I am blind, I can continue to cultivate and fight. What does it matter?" But Shi Zhengyi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He looked like he was about to cry. "My son, don't cry so easily. Goo immortal cultivation is filled with danger to begin with. As long as we do not lose our lives, we should continue to move forward. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like to listen to stories and read novels? Think about those main characters. What are they like?" Shi Gu said warmly. Shi Zhengyi nodded heavily. "Father, I understand." Even the Rank 7 goo immortal Shi Gu was hit and lost his sight. Zhao Lianyun saw this, and her heart shook. For the first time, she felt that this immortal goo house, Wind Sweeping Building, was not so sturdy and safe. But soon, she thought of Ma Hongyun. "Hongyun, wait for me. Even if there are countless dangers and difficulties, I will find you and save you." Zhao Lianyun encouraged herself inwardly, her eyes shining with determination. "You Easy, how are you?" Zhao Lianyun asked the young goo immortal in front of her. This refinement path goo immortal had been sitting cross-legged on the ground ever since he saw the dark lantern outside the window. His eyes were shut as he activated an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyun's question, Yu Yizi did not stop the immortal killer move or open his eyes. He said, "Thankfully, I woke up early and closed my eyes in time. If I was a bit late, I would not have been able to save myself." Yu Yizi did not say anything else. He shut his mouth. His heart was still pounding. His forehead was still covered in cold sweat. Gradually, the goo immortals became silent. Inside the three immortal goo houses, all of them were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Outside the immortal goo houses, soul cries could be heard, even with the immortal goo houses isolating them. They were still very piercing and unpleasant to hear. Bu Zhenzi looked outside the window with a worried expression. "This is bad. We are surrounded by a soul beast army." Chapter 1250. And at the periphery, among the nether ant goo, there were countless soul beasts. It was truly a huge army. What was even more shocking was that their auras were linked together. They were like a group of towering mountains. Once they moved, they would be earth-shattering. Like a tsunami, mountains would crumble, and the earth would crack. Not only was the scale of the soul beasts shocking, there were also ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The goo immortals could even sense the aura of many wild immortal goo. There are 5 immemorial soul beasts. We just left the Black Lanterns, and now there is a soul beast army. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals conversed secretly. The development of the situation made the three feel that something was amiss. This luck was too terrible. It was strange and sinister. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, "It seems that for the rest of our journey, we will have to consider the worst-case scenario." "Damn it!" Bai Chun Tian clenched his fists. "Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon, Venerable, the door of life and death's ability to absorb souls has fallen by countless times. Many powerful souls were left behind in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon, Venerable achieved Tao. The great era changed. Soul beasts appeared. Many souls even turned into soul beasts. Right now, in immemorial black heaven, soul beasts are the most numerous. They are messing with the world. When can we restore order and restore order to the world?" "Soon," Myriad Tidal Dragon said, after the Battle of Etian Mountain. "Almost all the immortal zombies in the world died. These were all people who escaped from fate. Now that they are dead, the resistance to the refinement of Fate Gu has fallen by countless times. With Granny Shah managing it, even without the success Tao marks in infallible blessed land, we can still make a lot of progress." Wei Lingyang shook his head. "Pay attention. The Soul Beast Army is surrounding us. The urgent matter now is to escape from this Soul Beast Army." Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed. "The best way is still thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive killer move. It is as famous as Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. According to rumors, the Gu Immortals who use this immortal killer move cannot be discovered by soul beasts. But now, I will use my Dragon Flow escape. But this time, I will not only use myself. I will also bring 3 immortal Gu houses and many Gu Immortals. After using this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days." After a bit of discussion, the 3 Immortals agreed to Myriad Tidal Dragon's suggestion. A dragon's roar rang out. Countless pale dragon silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 3 immortal Gu houses. The pale dragon shadow converged into a long river. Countless light dragons moved majestically. With an unstoppable momentum, they carried the 3 immortal Gu houses as they charged forward. The Soul Beast Army roared and formed layers of barriers. But Dragon Flow Escape's momentum was extraordinary. It was grand and powerful. A hole was forcefully created in the Soul Beast Army. The 3 immortal Gu houses successfully escaped from danger. The Soul Beasts moved very quickly, and the army did not give up. Instead, he chased after her. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move Dragon Flow Escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The 2 parties chased for more than 6 hours. Only then did the Soul Beast Army give up, and their attention was drawn to a bunch of dark, venomous snakes. "I can't. This time, I need to rest for at least 7 days before I can act again. The rest is up to you guys." Flowing Tidal Dragon's face was deathly pale. His eyes, which had been brimming with vigor, were now bloodshot, giving off a strong feeling of weakness. After deactivating the killer move Dragon Flow Escape, Flowing Tidal Dragon fell to the ground almost immediately, falling into a deep slumber. His eyes were shut. He was snoring. His snoring is very strange. If you listen carefully, if one listened carefully, it was like the roar of a dragon. As he fell asleep, a lump of fog formed around his body. The fog started to form a cocoon. 2 hours later, the cocoon became thicker, turning into a pale white dragon egg. We got rid of those soul beasts. That was a close one. That killer move earlier seems to be the killer move of one of the rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon. It is so grand and imposing. It is truly amazing. Inside the 3 immortal Gu houses, the Gu Immortals cheered and praised. Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang, however, had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into a deep slumber. One of the 3 rank 8 battle strength experts had already died, but they still had about half of the journey left. The 3 immortal goo houses moved slowly. The goo immortals inside started to repair the immortal goo houses. For the next 2 hours, the Central Continent goo immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They fought or retreated, relying on the power of the immortal goo houses. They continued to move forward. Bai Chen Tian's heart shook. His lips curled up as he showed joy. Lord Wei Lingyang, I found a large area of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away. Is that so? Myriad Tidal Dragon let out a breath of air. Then let's go and rest. The 3 immortal goo houses slightly changed their direction. After a while, the 3 immortal goo houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. What is this place? Is it safe? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window. She had a shocked expression, especially when she saw her goo immortal companions leaving the immortal goo houses and moving around on the heaven-attached fungi. Yu Yizi smiled as he explained. The immemorial 9 heavens have their own peculiarities. For example, the Black Lantern phenomenon is unique to Black Heaven. But the 9 heavens also have some similarities. For example, astral wind, flying heavenly boar, or heaven-attached fungi. This type of fungus only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi are a rank 6 immortal material, and most importantly, they need to grow alone. There cannot be any Tao marks or other life forms around them, not even meteors. So once heaven-attached fungi appear, it means that this is a safe place to rest. All right, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going out to pick some heaven-attached fungi. It's not easy to come across such a good opportunity. Yu Yizi quickly ran out of wind-sweeping building. Zhao Lianyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungus. She had only been a goo immortal for a short period of time. She did not understand the importance of cultivation resources. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to save her lover, Ma Hongyun. After a while, there were almost no goo immortals left in wind-sweeping building. Aren't you going to collect some heaven-attached fungi? Zhao Lianyun looked at Bu Zhenzi, feeling strange. Bu Zhenzi smiled. The sect ordered me to protect you. I will not leave your side at all times. Zhao Lianyun was considerate. Then it seems I need to go down as well. Bu Zhenzi shook his head. Thank you for your good intentions, but even if I stand on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them, because that will distract my attention. If an accident happens, it will be too late for regrets. Zhao Lianyun heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly, Thank you. Bu Zhenzi shook his head. You are welcome. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. It is my duty to protect you. Zhao Lianyun sighed. Leaning against the window again, she said with a faint tone, To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous. There is still such a safe place. There is always a way out. We will definitely succeed this time. Don't you think so? Bu Zhenzi did not hesitate. He answered, Of course. He suddenly dragged out his tone. It was very strange. At the same time, Zhao Lianyun saw specks of starlight flickering in the night sky far away. This was not darkness, of course, because the color was completely different. This kind of blue starlight was like countless diamonds sprinkled on black silk. It was very dazzling and unforgettable. Zhao Lianyun squinted her eyes. She praised, So beautiful. It is very dangerous. According to the records, this scale. Bu Zhenzi's expression was pale. His voice was trembling. Zhao Lianyun immediately became vigilant. What do you mean? She had just asked when she heard the warning and order of rank 8 goo immortal by Qin Tian. Outside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals ran back in panic. Wei Lingyang's gaze was like an eagle's. He looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression. Such a huge star cloud storm. Billions of stars were flying at high speed. Some of the shooting stars drew long trails of light for miles in the night sky. Among them were many giant stars. Some were as small as islands, while others were as large as continents. Between the stars, there were countless starlight flickering. It was as if countless lightning bolts were interweaving. Star cloud storms were the unique phenomenon of immemorial blue heaven. But because of historical reasons, immemorial blue heaven shattered, and a large number of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, immemorial black heaven also had star cloud storms. Chapter 1251. The range of the star cloud storm was too wide, and it was extremely fast. It was impossible for the three immortal goo houses of Central Continent to escape. Stars were densely packed as they flew towards them. Thunderclouds were everywhere. Starlight was gushing out continuously. The scene was grand and majestic. Anyone who looked at it would feel fear and fear. They would feel their own insignificance. I will lead Edgelink Camp. You guys follow behind. At the crucial moment, Wei Lingyang made a decision. The three immortal goo houses moved towards the star cloud storm. The huge immortal goo house was like 3 ants at the foot of a giant elephant in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth were roaring. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale. It devoured the three immortal goo houses of Central Continent. The three immortal goo houses did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the teeth of this star cloud storm. Rumble, wind, sweeping buildings shook intensely. Zhao Lianyun could not stand steadily. She fell to the ground. Outside the window, endless starlight was extremely dazzling. It shone on the whole of wind-sweeping building, turning it into a sea of blue light. Zhao Lianyun felt like she was on a small boat that had fallen into a stormy sea. She was enduring the attacks of the tsunami and thunder. Her mouth was dry. She was on tenterhooks, even with Gu's immortal battle strength. She could not get out of this predicament. She could only place her hopes on the immortal goo houses, on the 3 rank 8 grade experts. Zhao Lianyun did not know that among the 3 rank 8 goo immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into hibernation. Thankfully, Wind Sweeping Building was under Bai Chun Tian's control. The situation was much better than Canary Pavilion. Even so, Bai Chun Tian was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely focused and did not dare to relax at all. He moved Wind Sweeping Building, moving through the star cloud storm. He continued to dodge the huge stars on the ground. These stars were extremely fast. Once Wind Sweeping Building was hit, it would suffer a heavy blow. Even though Wind Sweeping Building was an immortal goo house, it would not collapse after being hit by these stars. In this special environment, once Wind Sweeping Building lost control, it would lose its speed and direction. It would be hit by stars one after another. Once it formed a vicious cycle. In that case, there was a real possibility that they would perish in the nebulous storm, with their ship destroyed and their lives lost. Goo immortals are strong. Immortal goo houses are powerful, but against this divine might of heaven and earth, they are insignificant. Bai Chun Tian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time, and Wind Sweeping Building finally suffered. A star that was the size of a small mountain crashed into the wind tower with a fierce gust of wind. The size of the Wind Sweeping Tower was not even 1/10 of the size of the star. But it was an immortal goo house after all. It was very sturdy. It wasn't the Wind Sweeping Tower that shattered, but the stars that crashed into it. However, the huge momentum brought about by the stars pushed Wind Sweeping Building a long distance away. Originally, the 3 immortal goo houses were working together, flying together and helping each other. This way, the other 2 immortal goo houses avoided the stars. Wind Sweeping Tower immediately left the team. Bai Chun, hurry up! Wei Lingyang sent a message. But in this star cloud storm, there was chaos everywhere. countless star path Tao marks interfered with the communication between Wei Lingyang and Bai Chuntian. Bai Chuntian could only hear a very short and incomplete sentence. But he knew what Wei Lingyang wanted to say. Wei Lingyang wanted him to work hard and catch up to them. Inside the star cloud storm, Wei Lingyang could not stay. He could not help Bai Chuntian, because he had another immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion, to take care of. Bai Chuntian could only rely on himself. Come. Bai Chuntian called out. His eyes shined with bright light. His rank 8 aura burst out like the howling of the wind. Wind sweeping buildings' body shined with bright green light. The dazzling light turned into gusts of wind. The wind blew past everyone's ears. These dark green gales linked together and fused into one, forming a vertical and slender tornado pillar. The immortal goo house wind sweeping buildings stabilized. The surrounding star cloud storm was pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind sweeping buildings' strongest method. Yeezy's eyes shined brightly as he said excitedly. Wind sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It became extremely calm. It was as if they had suddenly entered a calm and safe harbor from landslides and tsunamis. Wind sweeping buildings' goo immortals cheered loudly. Zhao Lianyun had just gotten up from the ground when a huge star broke through the tornado wind pillar, flying towards wind sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Chuntian reacted in time. He controlled wind sweeping building to descend by a huge distance. This huge star almost brushed past wind sweeping building. Some goo immortals who were at the windows could see the countless holes on the surface of the star when the two sides passed each other. Because they were too close, they were very clear. The goo immortals who were usually very elegant shouted in shock. They were like mortals who encountered a natural disaster and were panicking. Wind sweeping building moved forward in the star cloud storm with difficulty. Even though this immortal goo house had used its strongest method, it was not enough against the star cloud storm. Some of the giant stars had astonishing momentum and could directly smash the tornadoes in the periphery. Between the stars, there was also a violent and chaotic magnetic star force. This star force dragged, repelled, attracted, and crushed wind sweeping tower. Wind sweeping building had to dodge the attacks of these star forces. Thankfully, Rank 8 goo immortal Bai Chuntian was controlling the situation. Any other Rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to hold on. But even Bai Chuntian was sweating profusely. His Rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. This expenditure far surpassed any battle Bai Chuntian had ever fought in his life. No, this star cloud storm is too huge. I don't know when I can get past it. Bai Chuntian willed. He ordered the goo immortals in the immortal goo house to inject their immortal essence into wind sweeping building. The goo immortals contributed their strength. Zhao Lianyun was no exception. Even though she only had a phantom aperture, she had refined immortal yuan stone. She had stored a lot of immortal essence. Boom, boom, boom. From time to time, one or two huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere. It was like a malicious giant that played with wind sweeping building like a toy. Inside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals did not say anything. They focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many goo immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyun's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation. The situation was terrible. Even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyun would not be surprised. Hong Yun. She chanted Ma Hong Yun's name in her mind. Every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyun's heart miraculously calmed down. Hong Yun, you once risked your life for me. Do you know that? I am risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce. There is danger beyond your imagination. It is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyun's father had already died in battle. She was alone and was forced to marry someone. She could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside, in the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiaoyun, look, there is a meteor shower. Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting. Boring. You brought me here just to show me this? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. What is there to see? Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I also feel that there is nothing to see, but they said that to make a girl happy, you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyun helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking, I am already so old, I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small. I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiaoyun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice, Much better. I am very happy. Look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled. He quickly waved his hand. Lady Xiaoyun, don't say that. I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyun stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely. Instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me. I'll let you flirt with girls. I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wronged. Lady Xiaoyun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking. Zhao Lianyun ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyun was covered in sweat. She placed her hands on her waist, looking at Ma Hongyun, who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat. She laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking, Lady Xiaoyun is laughing happily. Indeed, watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. Hiss, but it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyun's lips curled up into a smile. Hongyun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times. It will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyun thought so. At this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1252. Every moment in the star cloud storm was unbearable. After a long time, a certain Gu immortal in wind-sweeping building suddenly realized something. He spoke, Do you guys feel that it has been a long time since a star crashed into this place? As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green tornado that enveloped wind-sweeping building suddenly dissipated. The immortals saw a tranquil night sky, and far away, the star cloud storm was moving away with a grand momentum. After a moment of silence, wind-sweeping building erupted in cheers. We made it. That was close. Even with the immortal Gu House's protection, we were in danger of dying in immemorial black heaven. It was all thanks to Lord Bai Chun Tian. Otherwise, we would have died in the star cloud storm already. The Gu immortals talked to each other with joyful expressions. Bai Chun Tian's gaze was eerie, but he thought it was all thanks to Zhao Lianyun's love immortal Gu that we could escape the star cloud storm. At the crucial moment, love immortal Gu let out an aura that pointed Bai Chun Tian in the right direction. Bai Chun Tian followed this direction and controlled wind-sweeping building, quickly flying out of the star cloud storm. And inside the star cloud storm, there were countless star path Dao marks in all directions. The Dao marks interfered with each other. Bai Chun Tian's locating method was useless. Bai Chun Tian's face was filled with worry. I have already escaped danger, but Wei Lingyang does not have love goo. I wonder if he is still struggling inside the star cloud storm. After losing contact with the other two immortal goo houses, Bai Chun Tian stopped moving. He circled around and searched. Fortunately, half a day later, he successfully got in contact with Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang led Canary Pavilion, moving through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They left the range of the storm after Bai Chun Tian, but unfortunately, they fell into the ambush of the Sky Chief Beast Group. After getting this information, Bai Chun Tian immediately controlled Wind Sweeping Building, leading a group of Goo Immortals to reinforce them. They reached the ambush. The Goo Immortals found Canary Pavilion and Edgelink Camp. They sucked in a breath of cold air. These two immortal Goo houses were surrounded by Sky Chief Beasts. In the immemorial Nine Heavens, there were basically Sky Chief Beasts that lived more or less. Each Sky Chief Beast was at least a Beast King, comparable to a normal Beast Emperor. The king of each Sky Chief Beast herd was basically a desolate Beast Sky Chief. The Beast Sovereign in front of him was an ancient desolate beast. There were more than 100 ancient Sky Leaders in this Sky Leader pack. There were more than 1,000 desolate beasts, and the rest of the Sky Chiefs were densely packed like ants, innumerable. Edgelink Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the very center, surrounded and attacked by countless Tian Kueis. Although he was resisting tenaciously, his body was already badly damaged. The situation was dire. Bai Chun Tian did not think much and immediately controlled Wind Sweeping Building to charge in from the outside. At this time, there was no longer any hindrance in communication. Wei Lingyang immediately drove the Edgelink Camp. Together with Canary Pavilion and Bai Chun Tian, they broke out. The Sky Chief Beasts let out deafening roars. The sound waves were like tsunamis, extremely shocking. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Countless immortal killer moves shot out like fireworks in the Sky Chief Beast group. The Sky Chief Beast horde charged forward. Once one batch died, another batch would immediately take their place. The Sky Chief Beast group was huge. They did not care about these casualties. As for those desolate Beast Sky Chief, an ancient desolate Beast Sky Chief, they could often stand tall in the flames of war for a period of time. During the stalemate, Edgelink Camp suddenly showed its might. Rays of light condensed into sharp horns that charged in all directions. Even the desolate beast Tian Kuei couldn't withstand the extremely powerful offensive power and died on the spot. Even the ancient Sky Chief did not dare to face it head-on. Wind Sweeping Building created a jade green wind pillar again, while Canary Pavilion let out countless bird cries. The three immortal Goo houses worked together and forcefully created a path in the Sky Chief Beast group, converging at the center. Next, the three immortal Goo houses turned around and escaped. After a few minutes, they got rid of the pursuit of the Sky Chief Beast group. The situation is not good. Bai Chun Tian communicated with Wei Lingyang, saying in a heavy tone, "The three immortal Goo houses are heavily damaged. Canary Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. We need to recuperate. Right now, Myriad Tidal Dragon is in deep slumber. I expended a lot of immortal essence this time. Half of it is gone." Immortal essence affected a Goo immortal's battle strength to a large extent. Bai Chun Tian had used up half of his immortal essence. Wei Lingyang was the same. Immortal Goo houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not plan to construct any immortal Goo houses. He knew most of the structure of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Of course, he had forgotten some parts, and also understood the structure of Sacred Feather City. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence. With just his own immortal essence, he could not activate the immortal goo houses. Immortal goo houses expended too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 goo immortals could sustain it. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals needed to gather the strength of a group of immortals to unleash their power. Most importantly, the central continent goo immortals were still more than halfway to their destination. It seems we can only use spaceless tunnels. Wei Lingyang said in a heavy tone. Bai Chun Tian was dazed for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is the only way we can travel more than half the distance and reach our destination immediately. The 2 rank 8 goo immortals had firm wills. The more they suffered, the more determined they became. They did not even think of retreating. And their situation was unexpected. But before they set off, the Wisdom Path goo immortal of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had prepared other plans for them. Spaceless tunnels were one of them. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 immortal goo house, the situation of the 3 central continent immortal goo houses was seen by Yao Huang. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. The things in immemorial black heaven, like the direction of the lightning storms, even providence cannot affect them. But Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace can. This is an invincible defense. With Heavenly Palace here, who can invade my northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited. His tone was passionate. He was filled with admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal, saying, "Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm. As long as Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace exists, nobody can invade my northern plains." South Desolation Immortal laughed heartily. This Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been here for over 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply influenced immemorial black heaven. Even immemorial white heaven has been infiltrated by it. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyan. He said, "Heaven and earth luck is so mystical. All living beings' luck is not bad either. But right now, fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo's host is already in old ancestor Shui, whose hands." Yao Huang was helpless against old ancestor Shui, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and the miserable state of the 3 central continent immortal goo houses. He was moved. He wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Shui, but South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Since Ma Hongyan has the Huang Jin bloodline, he is ancestor Giant Sun's descendant. It is not a big deal for him to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Goo. It will not be so easy for old ancestor Shui, to take away fortune rivaling heaven. Yao Huang was still worried. That old ancestor Shui, who has already been refining for a long time, with just the power of fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo, can he really fail this time? South Desolation Immortal shook his head again. Of course not. Even if fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot completely counter rank 8 Goo Immortal Old Ancestor Shui, not to mention there is still one of the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains, Fairy Wan Shou. Do you think I, Longevity Heaven, did not make a move? We naturally would not watch fortune rivaling heaven fall into the hands of outsiders. We had already made a move. If old ancestor Shui, who could not see this, his Goo refinement would not have succeeded. Yao Huang realized at this point Longevity Heaven had already made a move, but this method was too ingenious. Everyone was deceived. Even Shui and Wan Shou were kept in the dark. Amazing, he's really amazing. Compared to Longevity Heaven, even old ancestor Shui, who is being toyed with. Yao Huang could not help but admire this. He was sincerely convinced. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again. He felt that this South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable, filled with the demeanor of a senior. However, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 12, 53. Where is this place? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window, showing a surprised expression. But this time, even the well-read and knowledgeable Yui Yizi was unable to answer her. Instead, Bu Zhenzi, who was in charge of protecting Zhao Lianyun, spoke in an uncertain tone. This strange scene, is it spaceless tunnel? The 3 immortal goo houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edge Link Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving forward in a huge tunnel. This tunnel was mainly blue in color. There were long and thin colorful lines that extended along the tunnel. These colorful lines were embedded in the walls of the blue tunnel. They were like dazzling flowers. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yu Yizi asked. Bu Zhenzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be very familiar with it, right? Me? Zhao Lianyun was surprised. She did not understand why Bu Zhenzi would say this. Bu Zhenzi sighed, saying, because Spaceless Tunnel is an immortal killer move created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Southern Border, Super Goo Formation. Inside the dream. Disciple greets master. Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, paying his respects to the female Goo immortal in front of him. The female immortal nodded. I am Jing Miaozi. I cultivate water path. Although you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your luck and comprehension. Only by passing this test can you become my true disciple. Please instruct me, Master, Fang Yuan said respectfully. The female immortal waved her sleeves. The dream realm changed. Fang Yuan stood in front of a dark green pond. This pond water was dark green and had no ripples. It was like a huge piece of jade. The long river is turbulent. It is water. The sea is surging. It is water. And this dark green pond in front of you is also water. Water path is broad and profound. I cultivate the path of calm water. Step into this pond. When you can stand on the water without using goo worms, I will officially take you in as my disciple. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a test. He called out, Master, if I don't use goo worms, I'm no different from a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on the water and not sink? That's your problem. The female immortal flicked her sleeves and disappeared from Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan frowned and paced around the pond. After a few rounds, he stepped into the green pond. Plop! There was a soft sound. His whole body fell into the water. He quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched and in a sorry state. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a moment before using Unravel Dream. But this time, Unravel Dream, which had always been successful, was useless. There was no change at all. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. So, it's useless? Sigh, this is troublesome. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's luck path realm increased. This allowed him to easily raise Qi luck sensation to a higher level. At this point, the whereabouts of Ing Wuxia and the others were exposed. They were in the southern border. After Fang Yuan realized this, he started to make preparations and increase his strength. He even borrowed immortal goo from Wu clan. But he wanted to leave but met with a problem. Once Fang Yuan left, Wu clan had no rank 7 goo immortals in the super goo formation to control the situation. Furthermore, Wu clan was in charge of the immortal opportunity business. It was a huge matter without an expert to look after them. If other clans wanted to cause trouble, it would be easy. Even though Wu Yong agreed to help Fang Yuan borrow Wu clan's immortal goo, he did not agree to this matter. Even though Wu clan had many goo immortals and was very strong, they had a huge business. They needed more manpower. They had very few goo immortals. They were lacking in manpower. Some positions were even more difficult to be transferred at a whim, like Fang Yuan's current position as the guardian of the Super Goo formation. Not everyone in Wu clan had the ability to do it. Even if they had the ability, they had to consider the political aspect. Fang Yuan made such a request. He wanted to leave his position. This gave Wu Yong a huge headache. But Fang Yuan was firm. Wu Yong could only start assigning the Gu immortals their positions. But this matter could affect everything. Wu Yong said this needed time. Fang Yuan could only choose to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fang Yuan encountered a good dream realm. Dream realms were of all shapes and sizes. They were constantly moving. There were realistic dream realms. There were also strange dream realms. Fang Yuan usually chose realistic dream realms to explore. Strange dream realms were hard to understand. Fang Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, the female immortal Jing Miaozi is Shui Ni's disciple. The master of this dream realm is Jing Miaozi. She is also her final disciple. There can only be one person, the famous water path great expert, Sea Calming Man. In Central Continent's history, the immemorial desolate beast Shui Nen Wu caused chaos. It caused falling heavenly river to change its course, causing tsunamis to flood the land. Central Continent's central region was flooded, while the eastern region experienced huge tsunamis. Back then, Sea Calming Man, who was already a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, stood up and used several immortal killer moves to restore falling heavenly river to its original position. The sea became calm again. He had incredible methods. My Unravel Dream killer move has always been successful, but it has no effect at this stage. Strange. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had used Unravel Dream, but even after using it several times, this dream realm did not budge. Fang Yuan thought about it. He guessed that this dream realm was very powerful. The core immortal Gu of Unravel Dream was only rank 6. It could not break this dream realm. The strength of a dream realm did not depend on the person involved in the dream realm. For example, Fang Yuan had once explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. There, he used Unravel Dream and had great gains. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream could not let him pass Sea Calming Man's dream realm. Sea Calming Man was only rank 8. He could not compare to star constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm had little to do with their cultivation level when they were alive. As for what the relationship was, Fang Yuan was not clear about it. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was not interested in exploring dream realms. His focus was on blood path cultivation. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of dream realms, but he knew something: the stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Bearing this in mind, Fang Yuan's interest in this dream realm deepened. Wu clan's transfer order has not been announced yet. The immortal Gu I want to borrow, Wu Yong will definitely not let go until he completes the transfer. In that case, I will research this dream realm properly during this period of time. In the next few days, Fang Yuan calmed himself down. He worked hard and entered the dream realm again and again to explore it. Without using Gu worms, he had to stand on the water surface. On the surface, this seemed like an unsolvable problem, because without using Gu worms, Gu masters were no different from mortals. Of course, this did not include fortune rivaling heaven or black boar Gu, which engraved Tao marks on the Gu master's body. There are water path Gu worms like water leg Gu. They can engrave water path Tao marks on the Gu master's feet. It allows the Gu master to move freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with passing this dream realm. Not to mention, in this dream realm, he could not use water leg Gu. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not use it, because he knew that this problem did not lie in the content itself. It was in him. As for the method of freezing the water surface and standing on it, that was a small trick. He did not understand the essence of this problem. Just as Jing Miaozi said before, She's testing my comprehension. This realistic dream realm. Since calming man could pass it, there is no reason I can't. After all, my water path attainment level is already at quasi-grandmaster level. Fang Yuan continued to try. He had already lost count of the number of times he had fallen into the pool. If an ordinary mortal were to fall into this dream, falling into the pool of water once would be enough to shatter the mortal's soul. And if a Gu immortal fell into the pool 3 or 4 times, their soul would also weaken to a very low level. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep. Every time he entered the dream realm, he would fall into the water 17 or 18 times before his soul would weaken to its limit. At this time, Fang Yuan would use Guts Gu to heal himself. Even though Guts Gu was a mortal Gu, it came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain. It was very effective. With this help, Fang Yuan continued to work hard. He started to feel something. This feeling could not be described with words. It was very mystical. Fang Yuan tried again. When he landed on the surface of the water, with a plop, he once again fell into the dark green water. When he got to the shore, he saw his master, Jing Miaozi, standing beside the pool and looking at him. Jing Miaozi said angrily, "What kind of comprehension ability is this? It is such a simple test, but you can't even pass it now. You are not fit to be my disciple." Fang Yuan, however, smiled. "No, master, I did it. Like you said, I have to stand on the surface of the pool without sinking or falling. I have already done it." Jing Miaozi laughed from anger, pointing at the water all over Fang Yuan. "Then what is this?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is nothing. The pool in my heart has no ripples. I am already standing on it. Looking down, I can see my reflection on the mirror-like water surface." Jing Miaozi's anger and smile slowly vanished. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad. From today onwards, you are my official final disciple." At the next moment, the dream realm vanished. Fang Yuan returned to reality. There is only one scene in this dream realm. Fang Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. Soon, the shock in his eyes turned into joy. "Amazing! My water path attainment has officially reached Grandmaster level." Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment was at quasi-Grandmaster level. He was only a step away from Grandmaster. He was still far from it. But now, this distance was crossed. Fang Yuan became a true water path Grandmaster. After transformation path, strength path, blood path, wisdom path, and star path, Fang Yuan finally had a 6th path. He reached Grandmaster level. Chapter 1254. Luck Suppression, Heavenly Palace. Not here. Not here either. This is very strange. Why did these Central Continent Gu immortals suddenly disappear without a trace? The South Desolation immortal was no longer as calm and composed as before. His face was no longer calm and collected, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. He continued to manipulate Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to search for directions, but he could not find the location of the Central Continent Gu immortals. Yao Huang was also somewhat dazed. He hurriedly asked, "Lord South Desolation, do you need me to do anything?" At this time, immortal zombie giant Sun's voice entered their ears. "This is Spaceless Tunnel." South Desolation immortal was even more shocked. "Don't tell me Central Continent's Gu immortals have thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move." But immortal zombie giant Sun denied it. "No, they are using the spaceless tunnel left behind by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Spaceless tunnel. Space path immortal killer move." In the past, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had traveled the entire world in order to find his way home. Undeniably, he was the Venerable who had traveled the most places among all the Venerables. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's traces were almost all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was too insignificant, and the Goo Master world was too vast, so he created the Spaceless Tunnel. This immortal killer move could greatly shorten his journey and speed up his exploration. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disappeared long ago, but a portion of the Spaceless Tunnel killer move that he left behind in the 5 regions and 2 heavens still existed for a long time. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had never stopped investigating Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, because Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was different from other venerables. He was an otherworldly demon. From this, the Celestial Court would not let him off easily. Spirit Affinity House could obtain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances and let Zhao Lianyun inherit it. This was one of the results of the Celestial Court's investigation of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Central Continent's Goo Immortals found this spaceless tunnel. Moreover, they had a way to use it to shorten their journey. Then where is this spaceless tunnel killer move pointing to? South Desolation Immortal reacted. He immediately realized the crux of the matter. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun replied, I cannot investigate it. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's work after all. When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, he was in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ruins. He had suffered losses before. Giant Sun Immortal was the creator of Luck Path, but against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he seemed to lack a powerful method to deal with him. The South Desolation Immortal fell silent. The Medicine Sovereign was dumbfounded. What should he do? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun answered. Since they used the spaceless tunnel, we can only wait for them to appear again. Yao Huang asked, this means that Central Continent Goo Immortals can appear anywhere? If they directly appear in Northern Plains, what should we do? Even though Central Continent's Goo Immortals were in a pathetic state and had lost a lot of battle strength, their formation was still very strong. 3 Immortal Goo Houses, 3 Rank 8 Goo Immortals. Not counting those Rank 6 and 7 Goo Immortals, there was still a Rank 9 Love Immortal Goo. If such a huge force appeared in the headquarters of a Huang Jin clan, the ones to suffer would not be the Central Continent Goo Immortals, but the Huang Jin clan. If these Central Continent Goo Immortals suddenly appear near my Yao clan. Thinking of this, Yao Huang immediately felt uneasy. Please enlighten us, Immortal Ancestor. South Desolation Immortal asked. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Descendants have their own fortune and calamity coexist. They can be converted into one another. This is a calamity for Northern Plains, but it can also be converted into fortune for Northern Plains. My main body is already dead. This is no longer my era. Do your best, regardless of success or failure. As for how to convert calamities and tribulations into fortune, that will depend on yourselves. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finished speaking. There was no more sound. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Goo Formation. Fang Yuan held an ordinary goo material in his hand. He casually tossed this goo material into the furnace in front of him. The fire in the furnace burned, but it emitted waves of coldness. The fire in the furnace was also very special. It was not an ordinary orange flame, but pale white with a bit of blue. This was a cold flame. A moment later, the cold flame suddenly extinguished without a sound. It caught everyone off guard. A goo worm flew out of the furnace. This goo worm looked like a larva. Its body was slender, brown with a bit of green, and it was wide. When it floated towards Fang Yuan, its body bent and stretched. It was quite unique. This was a strength path goo worm. It was naturally only immortal goo. However, its name was Nirvana. From this, it was naturally different from the rest. Fang Yuan already had pulling water. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal goo. This one was a strength path mortal goo. Pulling water goo could unleash a mysterious force, allowing goo masters or goo immortals to control rivers and rivers. This pulling water mortal goo's effect was naturally far inferior to rank 6 pulling water immortal goo. But Feng Yuan was very happy. Why? Firstly, immortal goo were unique. If Feng Yuan had 2 immortal killer moves that required pulling water immortal goo, what would he do? Now that he had pulling water mortal goo, Feng Yuan could use a large number of mortal goo to temporarily replace pulling water immortal goo. Thus, even if a goo immortal had an immortal goo, it did not mean he had no need for the corresponding mortal goo. Secondly, Feng Yuan's attempt succeeded because his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Pulling water goo was a strength path goo worm, but it was related to water path. All along, even though Feng Yuan's strength path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he had not been able to deduce pulling water's mortal goo recipe. Now that his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he did not even need to deduce it. He only used his intuition to draw out the mortal goo recipe. Everything was a matter of course. Water path Grandmaster. Feng Yuan started to feel the benefits of this. Not just goo recipes, but killer moves as well. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had accumulated a lot of water path knowledge, like water path killer moves or water path goo recipes. Now that he recalled these contents, he had a brand new feeling. He had a deeper understanding. This feeling was indescribable. It was just like when he stood under the tower and looked at the bricks of the tower. Now that he had suddenly risen to the top of the pagoda, the scenery he saw was still different from before. Although the rise of the realm can't be measured by any objective material, but my strength has increased a lot. This is especially true for people like me. I already have 5 people in the Grandmaster realm. These Grandmaster realm sects were combined together. Mutual influence and improvement will result in even greater benefits. No wonder 500 years ago, so many people flock to the dream realm. Feng Yuan recalled that at that time, he was still focusing on the cultivation of blood path. Of course, there was a reason for this. Firstly, Feng Yuan was not in a good situation at that time. He was surrounded by powerful enemies, and Feng Yuan needed combat strength. Secondly, Feng Yuan knew nothing about dream path. Without a method like Unravel Dream to explore dreams, recklessly exploring dream realms would not be worth it. Thirdly, now that Feng Yuan recalled it, Providence might have played a role in this. Just as Feng Yuan wanted to experience the improvement of Water Path Grandmaster attainment in all aspects, a rank 7 Goo Immortal finally arrived from Wu Clan. This Goo Immortal brought Wu Yong's transfer order, and of course, Feng Yuan borrowed the Immortal Goo from Wu Clan. Feng Yuan quickly completed the transaction and left the Super Goo formation. He flew towards the northeast direction, without stopping. This time, the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had no other choice. He needed to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. If it was an ordinary Wu Clan Goo Immortal, Wu Yong would definitely investigate it. But for Wu Yihai, even if Wu Yong wanted to ask, he would not be able to get any answers. Thus, Wu Yong wisely did not pursue the matter. Feng Yuan entered the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his immortal aperture. He rested for now. During this period, he practiced his killer moves in the sovereign immortal aperture. He familiarized himself with the new immortal goo. The more crucial the moment, the calmer Feng Yuan became. He decided that he had to kill Ing Wu Xie this time. In order to get rid of this threat, he made more preparations. When Feng Yuan felt that the time was ripe, he stored his immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing the plan that he had been preparing for a long time. Chi Luck Sensation. Feng Yuan activated this immortal killer move, but to his surprise, he found that Ing Wu Xie and the rest had left southern border and returned to Eastern Sea. Good, Eastern Sea is more suitable for me to attack. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He flew into the sky and targeted his target, Ing Wuxia, and the rest flew above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying alongside them. Their relationship had changed. They were now allies of equal status. It turned out that a few days ago, Ing Wuxia took out Yanggu to calm Bai Ningbing's battle intent. Ing Wuxia used this chance to discuss cooperation with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was no longer the same as before. She expressed that she would rather give up Yanggu and kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Ing Wuxia had a glib tongue. He criticized the current situation and finally convinced Bai Ningbing to form a new alliance with them. Bai Ningbing obtained Yanggu. She also knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He was a huge threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan could use it to enter the Grotto Heaven easily. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, they would become clues for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would be able to find Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven easily. At this moment, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly, Ing Wuxia, you said you have a way to deal with Fang Yuan. We are in Eastern Sea now. We are still traveling. What method do you have? Tell us. Ing Wuxia smiled. To deal with rank 8s, we need rank 8s of the same level. Eastern Sea is not our destination. Northern Plains is. This means that Shadow Sect's remnant forces in Northern Plains actually have rank 8s? Humph, who are you trying to fool? Bai Ningbing transmitted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it at Etian Mountain? Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. That was because the timing was not right. The timing is right this time? The timing is good. Northern Plains and Central Continent are fighting over fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. We are going to Northern Plains this time. We will go to the center of the vortex, snowy mountain-blessed land. We will seize fortune, rivaling Heaven, and use rank 8 battle strength to kill Fang Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Ing Wuxia said this as he smiled, looking behind him. He is coming. Chapter 12:55. As he spoke, Ing Wuxia felt the luck above his head vibrate intensely. This time, Fang Yuan's Qi Luck Sensation Killer move's power rose by a lot. Ing Wuxia found that even if he entered his immortal aperture, he could not conceal it. However, Ing Wuxia was not someone who would wait for death. He thought about it and decided to do the opposite. Earlier, he had tried all ways to conceal himself and conceal his aura. Now that he could not do that, Ing Wuxia increased the luck vibration instead. They were connected by luck. Fang Yuan could use this connection to use Qi Luck Sensation to find him. Ing Wuxia could do the same. Thus, Ing Wuxia had researched a Gu worm combination recently that allowed him to deduce the distance between him and Fang Yuan based on the vibration of his own luck. Ing Wuxia named this immortal killer move Luck Shake Distance. This way, Fang Yuan's familiar face would not work. It could not deal with Ing Wuxia's method. Ing Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. Even though he lost his memories, he had been replenished in the river of time. His attainment level was not low. The most important thing was attainment level. Precisely so. Ing Wuxia could think of different combinations of Gu worms at any time to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course, the attainment level needed to be high enough. At the same time, the Gu Immortal needed to experiment and practice for a long time. Get into formation. Let's use our previous tactic to repel Fang Yuan. Sensing that Fang Yuan was getting closer, Ing Wuxia ordered. The 5 Gu Immortals stopped moving. They started to set up a Gu formation. They successfully convinced Bai Ningbing to join them. Bai Ningbing's inheritance in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven caused Ing Wuxia's side to grow stronger. This immortal goo formation was the powerful method that trapped Ing Wuxia and the rest. This time, Ing Wuxia was going to let Fang Yuan have a taste of his own medicine. He's here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said, now that she was the owner of Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, her wealth rose sharply. She had excellent immortal goo. Her investigative methods were also much better than before, surpassing Ing Wuxia and He Lulan. She was the first to discover Fang Yuan's traces. The other four immortals hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. In the southern sea region, it set off a surging wave. A sword flood dragon swung its body, incomparably strong and vigorous, piercing through the clouds and waves as it rushed over. The sharp dragon horns pierced the sky. The dense dragon scales flickered with silver light, and the dragon claws looked sinister and terrifying. The dragon teeth in his mouth shone with a cold light. Ing Wuxia and the other four immortals were on high alert. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Does the enemy dare to enter the formation? Fang Yuan saw Bai Ningbing, although she had transformed into a dragon lady and had become even more beautiful. Her appearance had not changed much. Her foundation was still the same. So Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not seen each other for a long time. Even during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Bai Ningbing also stayed out of the situation and did not show her face. It seemed that ever since the Three Kings Mountain incident and Bai Ningbing's betrayal, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had parted ways until now. Everything had changed. Back then, the two young Gu masters who survived Qing Mao Mountain had already become Gu immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius but had the northern dark ice soul physique of the 10 extreme physiques, had a bleak future. She became a rank 6 Dragon Man Gu immortal and even had Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. And Fang Yuan had even more rich experiences. After they parted, he first became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he wreaked havoc in northern plains, toppling 88-point Xinyang Tower and destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, he appeared in Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Western Desert, and other places. Finally, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he snatched away the fruits of Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. It was extremely fast and shocking. He already had rank 7 cultivation level now. During this period, he even used Dream Realms to reach Grandmaster attainment level in 6 paths. The two started fighting on Qingmao Mountain. They were known as the Black and White Demons. They traveled in southern borders, mortal world, and worked closely together. Now that they met again, they were mortal enemies. All right, I'll take care of you as well. Fang Yuan's killing intent filled his heart. He roared as he let out a dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp. It flashed and traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge. He smiled instead. At the next moment, the sword-light dragon breath crashed into a formless wall of light. It was useless. A Gu formation that could trap Ing Wuxia and the others was naturally extraordinary. Gu formation? Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he did not have any good ideas. Formation path. Fang Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even in the 500 years of his previous life. To break a Gu formation, formation path attainment was needed, or perhaps wisdom path deductions were possible. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a powerful wisdom path immortal Gu. It would not be easy for him to deduce the weakness of this Gu formation. The sword dragon circled in the air, not moving forward. Ing Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, waiting for Fang Yuan to attack. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, as he tried to think of countermeasures. The other parties set up the goo formation in advance. It means that even though they cannot conceal their traces, they already have a method to investigate me. The probing just now shows that this goo formation is not ordinary. Since they could set up this goo formation, it means they have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship still has 3 nails. It has only been a while, but Wu Xia already has such a method. Fang Yuan did not attack blindly. He could not see through this goo formation. Unless Fang Yuan was a fool, he would not recklessly charge into the goo formation. But he could not rule out the possibility that Bai Ningbing and the rest were bluffing. This goo formation was weak internally. It could defend against attacks from the outside. Thus, what Fang Yuan needed to do next was to probe. While Fang Yuan fought with Wu Xie and the rest, in Black Heaven, inside the spaceless tunnel, 3 immortal goo houses were moving slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel and sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods are truly unimaginable. He has already disappeared for so long, but his immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago is still effective. I would not believe it if I did not see it with my own eyes. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you have woken up, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go. It turned out that the central continent goo immortals were very meticulous. Even though they could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, they purposely stayed here to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used his immortal killer move earlier to break free. He had fallen asleep. Now that he had woken up, the central continent goo immortals regained the strength of 3 rank 8 goo immortals. The 3 immortal goo houses' speed rose sharply. This was the final part of the spaceless tunnel. Central continent's goo immortals were united. They prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yun, persevere. I am coming. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined. He had a resolute expression. But just as they were about to get past the final part, a change occurred. A huge ghostly face suddenly appeared, blocking the 3 immortal goo houses, completely blocking the spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were still in shock when the ghostly face opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Amidst the roar, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless space path fragments splattered everywhere. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They spread like a spider web. Bam! With a loud sound, the central continent goo immortals found that this mystical tunnel that they were in shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Defend! Bai Chun Tian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal goo houses to their limits at the same time. However, the 3 immortal goo houses were extremely fragile now. They were like small boats in a tsunami. They could not control themselves. At once, the 3 immortal goo houses that were together were engulfed by the chaotic space path currents. They were separated, each doing their own thing. A huge hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Everything nearby was sucked in by it. Myriad Tidal Dragon's Canary Pavilion did not even last for a few breaths of time before it was devoured by this huge hole, vanishing without a trace. The remaining wind-sweeping building and Edgelink Camp were barely holding on. Edgelink Camp was like a bun that was being sliced apart by the space path cracks. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal goo houses were extremely fragile now. Spaceless Tunnel was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move. Together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods, it was like 2 demon venerables working together. The central continent goo immortals did not expect that the spaceless tunnel that they thought was a shortcut would turn into a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven and left behind spaceless tunnel. After that, Giant Sun Immortal failed to refine love. He left behind all sorts of methods. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have seen through the former scheme. Or for some other reason, he also left behind an immortal killer move here. Duke Long did not know about the Venerable's secrets. No matter how good Fairy Myrtle was at deductions, she could not deduce such a thing. At this moment, the Central Continent Goo Immortals were facing the huge crisis of being completely wiped out. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? No, I can't. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save her. How can I stop here? Help me, love. Zhao Lianyun screamed in her mind, as if sensing her unshakable will. Love Immortal Goo started to shine with endless light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Lianyun at the center. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building completely broke apart. The Goo Immortals screamed in shock as they activated their defenses. But many of them could not even last for a few breaths of time before they were shredded to pieces by the space path storm. Only the thin layer of light around Zhao Lianyun was unbreakable. Not just that, this layer of light spread rapidly, affecting the 4 people around her. A hole formed in front of Zhao Lianyun. At the next moment, Love Immortal Goo burst out with a huge force, allowing Zhao Lianyun and the 4 Goo Immortals to charge into the hole. Their vision changed drastically. Where is this? Zhao Lianyun found that she was on solid ground. This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. A voice transmitted. Chapter 1256. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Goo Immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary, and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female immortal saw that Zhao Lianyun's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the 5 of you did not mean to barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land." 5. Zhao Lianyun looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone. There were 4 Goo Immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Lianyun had just become a Goo Immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Goo Immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Zhanzi. He was the Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House. A rank 7 Goo Immortal, he was ordered to protect Zhao Lianyun. Yu Yizi, this young and beautiful Goo Immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shizhang Yi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Lianyun earlier. Although Zhao Lianyun did not speak to Shizhang Yi, she had seen his father, Shige. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Lianyun did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi Zhengyi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Goo Immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. I also find it strange. Space suddenly shattered, and throughout the 5 of you, the female immortal spoke with a plain tone. "You barged into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts." Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Shi Zhengyi shouted. Looking at the outside world through the window of the hall, it was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Shi Zhengyi found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The Central Continent Goo Immortals quickly reacted. Bu Zhanzi quickly ran to Zhao Lianyun's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Herr Mistress. The blessed land of the great snow mountain. Hongyun is here. Zhao Linyun's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. So you really came for Ma Hongyun? That's right. Hand over Ma Hongyun. Zhao Linyun shouted. Herr Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Linyun. Ma Hongyun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and Old Ancestor Shui, who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way. Shi Zheng clenched his fist and shouted. Even if I die here, I will save Hongyun. Zhao Linyun was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. The 5 of us are only the vanguard. There are still rank 8 Gu immortals behind us. Your Snowy Mountain blessed land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have 1 rank 8 Gu immortal. Mu Linglan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval Gu immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Linyun's group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and Zhao Linyun's obsession, the 5 Gu immortals directly landed in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Herr Mistress's expression changed slightly. She was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while the 5 Gu immortals in front of her not only had the advantage in numbers, there were even 2 rank 7s present. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Herr Mistress was at the 9th snowy peak and did not expect the peace to be suddenly broken. 5 Gu immortals appeared in front of her without any warning. I will be the main attacker. You guys retreat. Mu Linglan secretly transmitted his voice. He did not pass on responsibility and decided to step forward. Herr Mistress saw something amiss and quickly stretched out her hand. Please wait, we are friends and not enemies. What do you mean? Bu Zhenzi stopped the restless Mu Linglan. Herr Mistress said, do you think I am willing to risk my life for Old Ancestor Shui, who forcefully ordered us to plunder immortal materials for his own benefit? We are suffering unspeakably, but we are afraid of Old Ancestor Shui, whose tyrannical might, and have no choice. To speak the truth, I had wanted to surrender long ago, but I was thinking that Northern Plains' righteous path Gu immortals would attack. I had never expected it to be you Gu immortals from Central Continent. I have no intention of fighting you if you want to find trouble with Old Ancestor Shui, who I will welcome you with open arms. Oh, it's like this. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. Herr Mistress continued, since you want to attack Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered the relevant information. To speak the truth, Snowy Mountain's internal affairs are already divided. Old Ancestor Shui, who has already gone crazy in order to refine fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, completely disregarding our Peak Lord's feelings. Unfortunately, we are under his control and cannot resist. We can only wait for external help. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. They had not expected the situation to develop like this. Mu Linglan pondered for a while before saying, since you want to surrender, this is far from enough. Join our subjugation team. We can see your sincerity. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly. If I could attack, I would have resisted long ago. Sir, you don't need to probe. If I really join you, can you trust me? There is more than one way to help you. I am willing to tell you the defensive arrangements of Snowy Mountain's internal affairs. Oh, speak. Mu Linglan nodded. Herr Mistress looked at the 5 immortals, speaking slowly, in order to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, Old Ancestor Shui, who has greatly modified Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, and not long ago he invited Sun Ming Lu to set up a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful. It uses the peak lords of the snowy peaks as the formation cores and connects to Reverse Flow River. Anyone who tries to challenge the formation can only charge through one snowy peak after another. And the peak lords guarding the snowy peaks will receive the amplification of the goo formation, but their rank 6 cultivation can display rank 7 battle strength. In contrast, the battle strength of the goo immortals who challenge the formation will be greatly suppressed. Under such circumstances, every snow-capped peak was a difficult challenge. Even if a rank 8 goo immortal comes, as long as they do not destroy this goo formation, they will have to spend some time here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Linglan asked. Herr Mistress smiled bitterly again. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can test it. All right. Mu Linglan waved his sleeves. A wave of water appeared out of nowhere and swept towards Herr Mistress. Herr Mistress was not flustered. She slightly waved her hand. Her long hair suddenly shot up and formed a dam, blocking all the water wave. Mu Linglan immediately frowned after his first attack failed. He had already seen the problem and stopped attacking. The other 4 Central Continent immortals looked at each other. Sure enough, as Herr Mistress said, Herr Mistress could display rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Linglan was a rank 7 goo immortal, but his offense was greatly weakened. What was supposed to be a swift and fierce attack was actually easily intercepted by Herr Mistress. This goo formation is too powerful, Shi Zhengyi exclaimed. Bu Zhenzi directly asked. Then where is the weakness of this goo formation? Herr Mistress shook her head. I am not familiar with this goo formation, but after these days of probing, I have some experience that I can tell you. First of all, the goo formation isolates the inside and outside. Even communicating with jewel yellow skies is impossible. Currently, only old Ancestor Shui, who can take the initiative to contact us peak lords. As for peak masters, they can't communicate with each other. Secondly, each peak lord is the core of the goo formation. It seems that they can only guard their respective peaks' halls and cannot leave the snowy peaks. This is my guess, but it should not be far from the truth. Finally, it is time for you to die. Herr Mistress' expression suddenly changed. The black hair on the floor tiles suddenly rose up, trying to entangle the 5 goo immortals. Mu Linglan was vigilant and instantly flew out of the hall. Zhao Lianyun also successfully escaped with Bu Zhenzi's help. In the hall, the black hair quickly wrapped Shi Zhengyi and Yu Yizi into 2 thick green hair cocoons. Devious Demonists attacked together. Mu Linglan was shocked and furious. Without needing him to speak, Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun had already made their move. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from the 9th snowy peak. An intense battle instantly erupted. Eastern Sea, dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot towards the goo formation, causing the whole goo formation to shake. Fang Yuan is too cautious. He has not charged into the goo formation. What do we do? Bai Ningbing asked Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia sighed and transmitted his voice. I had originally planned to use this super goo formation to compete with Fang Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and probe his foundation. But to think that Fang Yuan is only attacking from the outside, there is no chance for us to take advantage of. A sword hidden in the dark was even more terrifying. Fang Yuan could of course rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and charge into the goo formation. But this would expose the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was only rank 6. How could Fang Yuan expose his weakness? Although we have the goo formation's protection and are impregnable, Fang Yuan has the initiative. He has a transformation path killer move. While we have the super goo formation, our immortal essence will be expended and we will suffer huge losses. Bai Ningbing continued. Shi Nu requested to fight. Why don't I go out to fight and lure him in? Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain. Fang Yuan is a crafty old fox. How could he be provoked by you and charge into the Gu formation? Shi Nu stared at Bai Ningbing angrily. Then what do you think we should do? No matter. Ing Wuxia waved his hand. Wait for me to make some arrangements, and leave behind a decoy to confuse him. We will then secretly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place and throw him off. As long as we stall for time, we will reach Northern Plains and meet up with the rank 8 Gu Immortals. That will be the time to deal with Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. You made me set up this Gu formation just to abandon it? Forget about the mortal Gu. You even want to abandon the immortal Gu. Chapter 1257. What are a few immortal Gu? Ing Wuxia said solemnly, as long as the plan succeeds, all the losses can be made up for. Being able to give up is a man of character. Moreover, this is not giving up innocently. It is to confuse the enemy and gain precious time for us. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Why do I feel like you are purposely weakening me? Then you are worrying too much. The enemy is outside the formation. You can stay behind and personally control this Gu formation to stall for time for us. Ing Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with bright light before she finally nodded. As you wish. It was not that she did not think of fighting alone, but against such a powerful Fang Yuan, she did not have confidence in winning. Northern Plains, snowy mountain-blessed land. 9th Peak, Central Continent's group of 5 Gu Immortals were ambushed by Hair Mistress. They were all bound by the cocoons made of green silk and were struggling intensely. What killer move is this? I can feel my immortal essence rapidly depleting. Ah, Yu Yi suddenly shouted, his whole body burning with a dazzling flame. However, the flames didn't seem to fear the flames at all. Instead, countless streams of water seeped out from her hair, drenching Yu Yi. My flame is Earth Cauldron Fire. It can refine rank 7 Gu materials in minutes, but it cannot even burn a single strand of green hair. Yu Yi was extremely shocked. Ha, it is useless. The longer I activate this green silk binding, the more powerful it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui, who started refining fortune, rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think about it, and you will know how long it will take. Hair Mistress lay down again, laughing loudly. Moreover, what I said earlier, I am not completely deceiving you. Snowy mountain-blessed land is indeed shrouded by a super Gu formation. My battle strength will rise sharply here. You have rank 7 strength, but you will be weakened. Surrender obediently. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance to live. You are thinking too simply. Right at this time, an illusory figure flew out of a green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but the figure had strangely passed through it and appeared outside. The silhouette immediately turned from illusory to solid. It was no one else. It was the rank 7 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Junzi. Hair Mistress's expression immediately sank. So you are a phantom path Gu Immortal. No wonder you could escape from my green silk bind. As he spoke, countless strands of green hair shot up from the ground one after another. They were as hard as needles and as soft as snakes. Tens of thousands of them shot towards Bu Junzi in the air. Bu Junzi laughed brightly. You want to hurt me? It's still too early for you. He turned incorporeal again, but this time he fell into another green silk cocoon. The Gu Immortal in the hair cocoon. It was Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, she was using an immortal killer move to defend against the cutting of the green threads. Bu Junzi came to her side. Zhao Lianyun was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. I will count to 3. Release your defense and come out with me. Bu Junzi placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed. Zhao Lianyun thought. If I give up my defensive killer move, won't I be turned into minced meat by the green threads? But thinking about it again, Bu Zhenzi would not deceive her. Zhao Lianyun's thoughts moved, and she decided to believe Bu Zhenzi. At the next moment, she gave up on her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The green hair curled up. In an instant, Zhao Lianyun had already turned phantom. Next, two figures came out of the green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon turned pale with fright. Bu Zhenzi cultivated phantom path. It was normal for him to be able to turn phantom by himself, but he could actually make others turn phantom and even affect them after turning phantom. That was not normal. Phantom path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, and Bu Zhenzi was definitely an outstanding talent among them. Because of his methods, Spirit Affinity House believed that he alone could protect Zhao Lianyun very well. After Bu Zhenzi saved Zhao Lianyun, he did the same thing and saved the other three from the hair cocoon. 5 Central Continent, Gu immortals began to attack Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress fought against 5 alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. The green hair coiled around her body, sometimes dancing like a snake, sometimes standing upright like a wall, dissolving the 5 Gu immortals' attacks, one by one. She clearly only has rank 6 cultivation, but she actually has rank 7 battle strength. I also discovered that there are traces of a super Gu formation operating in the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Get out of the way, let me do it. Mu Linglan pushed aside the 4 immortals and activated an immortal killer move. Howl. With a wolf howl, 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared out of nowhere, bearing their fangs and claws as they charged towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress's hair wall was broken through 5 times in a row. It could not block the water wolves' charge. She quickly flew up and broke through the roof of the hall, charging into the sky. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals all had the ability to fly. They immediately charged forward. Hair Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was quite high, Zhao Lianyun's side had the advantage in numbers. Hair Mistress gradually defended more and attacked less. Most of the green hair was broken, and the rest formed into a ball protecting her body. This immortal killer move is really amazing. It can actually release strength. The immortal killer moves we used were absorbed by it, and then spat out to deal with us. Even my snake wave Pierce Heart cannot penetrate this ball. Mu Linglan's expression was solemn. Bu Zhenzi suddenly transmitted to Mu Linglan. Mu Linglan's mind shook. Then let's do it again. He prepared for a while before suddenly stretching out his right index finger, pointing at the huge green hair ball that was constantly rotating. At the next moment, an agile water snake that was half a foot long flew out from the tip of his index finger. The small snake was completely condensed from water. It was vivid and lifelike, and its whole body was dark blue in color. The water snake was originally extremely fast, but under Mu Linglan's control, it flew slowly on purpose. At this time, Bu Zhenzi suddenly used an immortal killer move. The water snake turned from solid to phantom, easily passing through the ball and arriving in front of Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress was pale with fright. She quickly used her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned from phantom to solid again, biting through Hair Mistress's defense and directly drilling into her heart. Hair Mistress screamed. Her soul escaped. The ball exploded. Countless short hairs shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. They shot out in all directions. The 5 Central Continent immortals quickly blocked without any hesitation. They could only let Hair Mistress's soul escape smoothly. We won. Hair Mistress is dead. Only her soul is left. Shi Zhengyi was overjoyed and very excited. Good coordination. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan looked at each other and smiled. In defeating Hair Mistress, these two rank 7 Gu immortals put in the most effort. First, they relied on Bu Zhenzi to resolve the situation. Then Mu Linglan was the main attacker. Yu Yizi, Zhao Lianyun, and Shi Zhengyi were supporting them from the side. The battle ended. The 9th snowy peak quieted down. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They would retreat first and wait for the Central Continent group to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they resist the whole of Snowy Mountain? Not to mention other Gu immortals, just old ancestor Shui, who alone was an unrivaled opponent. However, after trying, the 5 immortals found that they could not leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was originally a public blessed land. The entire blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation here. Even Bu Zhenzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. Among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. If there was a formation path great expert, they might be able to see through the mysteries of this Gu formation and break it. Mu Linglan sighed while wringing his hands. Originally, among the Central Continent Gu immortals, they had specially arranged for several formation path Gu immortals. Unfortunately, because Spaceless Tunnel collapsed and an unexpected calamity descended, none of these formation path Gu immortals came along. Central Continent's 5 immortals helplessly found. Although they defeated Hair Mistress and only let her soul escape, the 5 of them were trapped in the 9th snowy peak and could not leave this super Gu formation. What do we do? The 5 immortals looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could it not be? This was the enemy's base. Not to mention others, just the rank 8 Gu, immortal old ancestor Shui, who could crush them with a flick of his finger. Do you feel strange? We came to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. It has been so long, but no one has come. Yu Yizi suddenly said. The 4 immortals looked at each other. They all had the same feeling. It is quite strange. We invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and fought with Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge, but other than Hair Mistress, no one else appeared. We fought with Hair Mistress for a long time, but during this period, no other Gu immortals came to reinforce us. Old ancestor Shui, who did not appear, maybe it is because of the arrogance of a rank 8. But at least the other Gu immortals should have allied together and attacked us. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Mu Linglan, Bu Zhenzi, and Yu Yizi analyzed the situation and felt it was quite strange. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, love suddenly activated. An intense immortal Gu aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a surging aura made the other 4 immortals' expressions change. What a powerful aura! Is it a rank 9 immortal Gu? Back in Spaceless Tunnel, it was this aura. I remember it clearly. So it was you who took action and protected us. Mu Linglan, Yu Yizi, and Shi Zhengyi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Lianyun, however, had no control over herself at this moment. Her eyes rolled back, and her feet rose a foot above the ground. Her whole body floated up, her head was slightly tilted back, and her throat was making gurgling sounds. Don't disturb her, this is love activating, Bu Zhenzi quickly said. Love. Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal Gu was actually brought over by Zhao Lianyun. The other 3 immortals were extremely shocked. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly and explained to them. A moment later, Zhao Lianyun woke up. I already know all the secrets of this Gu formation. The 4 immortals were overjoyed. This was the effect of Love Gu earlier. Mu Linglan stared with wide eyes. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Quickly tell us, Bu Zhenzi urged. Chapter 1258. This formation is called Fate-Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This net was created by Sun Ming Lu. It uses over 10 immortal goo, and most importantly, it is filled with water from Reverse Flow River. Thus its power is extremely shocking. Zhao Lianyun explained in a low voice. Love goo activated on its own, expending a large amount of immortal essence in Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture. It had all sorts of effects, but this time it actually allowed Zhao Lianyun to directly learn about the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation's origin. Reverse Flow River? Could it be the legendary Reverse Flow River? Yu Yizi's eyes widened. Right, it is the Reverse Flow River in the Legends of Runzu. Zhao Lianyun nodded. The Legends of Runzu recorded that Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River were the 3 rounds after the Door of Life and Death. Back then, Runzu went to Obsession Death Domain to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, but failed. Renzu could only pass the 3 rounds himself and revive. In the end, after Renzu passed Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is also a secluded domain of heaven and earth. To think it is in old ancestor Shui, whose hands. Bu Zhenzi sighed. Mu Linglan sighed. It is said that back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable used ghostly concealment to enter the Door of Life and Death, stealing Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but could not do anything to Reverse Flow River. Who could have thought that Reverse Flow River would be taken out by someone? Mu Linglan was the supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This central continent ancient sect had the most information network, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets of the world. However, central continent's immortals quickly accepted this fact. Since Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not strange for Reverse Flow River to appear. The important thing now is how to break this fate, reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Bu Zhenzi emphasized, but Zhao Lianyun shook his head with a bitter smile. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even rank 8 goo immortals would be trapped here, unable to extricate themselves. Even though this super goo formation does not have a single rank 8 immortal goo, this super goo formation uses Reverse Flow River perfectly. It has unlimited uses. Zhao Lianyun explained slowly. After the other 4 immortals heard it, they were all dumbfounded. They no longer had any thoughts of breaking the formation. It turned out that this super goo formation had completely remodeled snowy mountain-blessed land, with 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores, forming an impregnable defense. After goo immortals enter the goo formation, they would be transported to different snowy peaks according to their cultivation level. If it was a rank 7 goo immortal, they would be sent to the rank 7 goo immortals' snowy peak to fight. If it was a rank 8 goo immortal, they would be sent to old ancestor Shui, who, Jiye's previous words contained both truth and falsehood. It was not complete nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed raise the battle strength of the goo immortals in the formation core. It would allow a rank 6 goo immortal to have rank 7 might, while a rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to reach rank 8, but they would still receive a huge boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation even imitated Regret Pool. It had some time path mystical abilities. The truly vicious thing was that any goo immortal who died in the goo formation would be considered to have sacrificed their lives to this formation, helping Lady Wan Shou, who was at the center of the formation, to refine Ma Hongyun. No wonder when we killed Ji Yi, her body and immortal aperture quickly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Even though Ji Ye's soul escaped, it is likely that her soul has already dissipated in this formation. To think that Sun Ming Lu could actually create such an extreme goo formation, the strength of this formation is hard to match even among the 10 great ancient sections. Sun Ming Lu is publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. It is rumored that he has an unyielding nature and values relationships greatly. He does not associate with the demonic path. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had to disregard his status and invite him 3 times and 4 times, but he did not yield. In the end, it was because old ancestor Shui, who was doing this for his beloved wife, Lady Wan Shou, that he was moved and helped Lady Wan Shou create the refinement path goo formation. Now it seems that to be able to create such a vicious refinement path goo formation, Sun Ming Lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Goo Immortals discussed. That means to say, as long as we leave the snowy peak, we will be forced to separate and fight alone? Bu Zhenzi asked. Zhao Lianyan nodded. That should be the case. We came here because of the power of Love Immortal Goo. Love Immortal Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. Its power surpassed the entire Super Goo formation. Thus, the 5 Central Continent Goo Immortals all came to the 9th snowy peak. But now, Love Immortal Goo was useless. Once the 5 of them stepped out of this snowy peak, they would be taken away by the goo formation and be separated. Bu Zhenzi frowned tightly. This was bad news. He was protecting Zhao Lianyan, and protecting Zhao Lianyan, that was also protecting Love Immortal Goo. But now, this super goo formation would separate them. It was truly difficult. How about this? Fairy Lianyun, enter my immortal aperture. I don't believe this super goo formation can affect the immortal aperture. Bu Zhenzi hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A Goo Immortal's immortal aperture was their clan's greatest secret. They would normally not let outsiders in. But Bu Zhenzi thought of the importance of this matter. He decided to make a sacrifice and let Zhao Lianyun in. Between the 2 of them, this was the only way, because Zhao Lianyun's was not a true immortal aperture, but a phantom aperture. The Celestial Court's phantom aperture had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, goo worms, and wills. It could not be nurtured like a normal immortal aperture. Every once in a while, it needed to be replenished. Otherwise, it would not last long. The advantage was that it could store immortal goo of any rank. Like now, Zhao Lianyun could directly store Love Immortal Goo. He did not have to worry about this rank 9 immortal goo bursting his immortal aperture. But after trying it, the Central Continent Goo Immortals found that they could not even open the entrance of their immortal aperture. Evidently, Sun Ming Lu had considered this problem when he created this super goo formation. This was not the weakness of this goo formation. The Central Continent Goo Immortals fell into a dilemma. They found that even though they got rid of Mistress Ji, they were trapped here. But there was good news. They did not have to worry about reinforcements or rank 8 old ancestor Shui, who attacking them. Because in this super goo formation, the snowy peak lords were guarding a peak. They could not leave. The rank 8 Goo Immortals who invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Snowy Peak Lords. They could only fight Old Ancestor Shui who. This rule also restricted Old Ancestor Shui who. Old Ancestor Shui who could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Goo Immortals. Because this rule originated from the use of reverse flow river. Humans strive for higher ground. Water flows to lower ground. This was the law of the world. Rank 8 was high, rank 7 and rank 6 were low. The Goo Immortals at higher levels could only fight Goo Immortals of the same level. In the entire Goo formation, the first snowy peak was the highest. Thus, all living beings who entered the Goo formation had to go up. They could not turn back. This was the power of reverse flow river. The legends of Renzu recorded that even Renzu could not go against the flow. But this reverse flow river was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Ming Lu used the abundant Tao marks in this secluded domain of heaven and earth to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Thus, as the main force of the formation, old ancestor Shui, Hu, and the snowy peak lords had to follow this rule. If it was not reverse flow river, but one or several immortal gu with the same effect, the gu immortals could control it and create a battle environment that was beneficial to them. It would not be as rigid as now. But no matter what, even with this flaw, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was absolutely impregnable. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. With this gu formation, it was no wonder old ancestor Shui, who was so confident, he did not conceal the gu refinement. Even if he tried to conceal it, he might not be able to. Most importantly, he was not afraid of the gu immortals attacking him. In fact, he was even looking forward to it, because the gu immortals who died in the gu formation, be it friend or foe, would turn into pure energy to help him refine fortune, rivaling heaven immortal gu. In that case, why don't we set up camp here and wait for reinforcements? Bu Zhanzi suggested. This suggestion made the other central continent gu immortals nod in agreement. Even though they knew about this gu formation, it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyun frowned, but she did not refute it. After all, Ma Hongyun was at the first snowy peak. That was the center of the gu formation. It was used to refine gu. Even if Zhao Lianyun and the rest passed many snowy peaks, they would still have to reach the first snowy peak and face the rank 8 gu immortal old ancestor Shui, Hu. Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. We found a small group. South Desolation, Immortal, let out a breath of turbid air. Where? Yao Huang quickly asked. They actually went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Strange. South Desolation, Immortal fell into doubt. Even though he knew that the central continent gu immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he did not know that an accident had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought that he would find a large group of central continent cultivators, but he only found a small group. However, there was a big fish, Zhao Lianyun, love immortal gu. The reason why South Desolation Immortal woke up was because of this. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang frowned. Not all of the central continent gu immortals have appeared. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Maybe this is central continent's gu immortals' plan to lure the enemy. Be it rank 8 gu immortals or immortal gu houses, none of them have appeared. Yao Huang's frown deepened. Like earlier, when Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxie were fighting, Fang Yuan did not take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Ing Wuxie was instead very wary of it. Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortal situation was similar. If all of Central Continent's gu immortals appeared, they would definitely use their full strength to deal with these people. But now, only 5 people had appeared, South Desolation Immortal, and Yao Huang could not figure out what the Central Continent gu immortals were doing. Was there some scheme? Are they hatching some kind of special big plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it and decided, let this group of Central Continent gu immortals face off against Snowy Mountain Blessed Land first. The most important thing is still the Central Continent group. If these gu immortals do not appear, we will wait and see. Yes, Yao Huang nodded, but he was guessing inwardly. Lord South Desolation has a clear understanding of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's situation. This is definitely not the ability of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Don't tell me we have a spy in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Chapter 1259. Eastern Sea. Greater than over equal to sword dragon waves swallowed and spewed out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath landed on the gu formation, causing the gu formation to shake. Something is not right. Ing Wuxie and the rest are not fools. Their immortal essence expenditure is much higher than mine when activating the super gu formation. But they are still in a deadlock, allowing me to attack as I please. Do they have other motives? Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. Although he did not break the Gu formation, he had the initiative. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He had not stopped thinking for even a moment. The other side should know I have the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. Are they not afraid that I will use the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and enter the Gu formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap for my upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle? Or could it be that Lang Yasek's sixth hair already knows through land spirit of Langya that my upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle, is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks and dove into the sea. He was underwater, observing the reactions of Ing Wuxie's side while activating an immortal killer move. Chi Luck sensation. They are indeed inside the Gu formation. Not a single one is missing. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking. Fang Yuan continued to attack the Gu formation, but he gradually found that the Gu formation was passively defending Ing Wuxie by Ningbing, and the rest did not appear. Fang Yuan willed and stopped his attacks. He had the initiative now. Attacking or not depended on a single thought. On the contrary, the other side was defending and was in a passive state. They did not know when Fang Yuan would attack, and they had to expend immortal essence to maintain the Gu formation's operation. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. Other than maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not expend immortal essence at all. On the contrary, the other side was still activating the Gu formation without stopping. After a silent confrontation for an hour, Fang Yuan gradually sensed something amiss. The Gu formation was like a deep pool. There was no movement inside. The opponent actually chose to be in a deadlock with Fang Yuan with an unshakable stance. Ing Wuxie seems to have other motives. He needs the Gu formation to create a safe environment. No matter what, I can't let him continue smoothly like this. I have to act quickly and destroy him. Looks like I can't keep this trump card any longer, so I have to use it in advance. Although Ing Wuxie's plan was effective and Fang Yuan's fate connection was misled, the result was that Fang Yuan's fate connection was misled. However, Fang Yuan still had a keen judgment of the situation. He decided to act swiftly and decisively, no longer hiding any trump cards. If it was in the past, the sword flood dragon breath would have been his strongest technique, but it was no longer the case. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded, resounding for thousands of miles. Ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. Ing Wuxie's field of vision suddenly changed. Looking carefully, he was already at the boundary wall. This was the blue water boundary wall of the East Sea. It was dark blue and was like a giant screen that supported the sky and the earth. It was boundlessly wide. The four Gu immortals, among which Tai Bai Yunxing had entered He Lolan's immortal aperture, were standing in front of the regional wall. They were as tiny as ants, while the world was so vast. If they entered the regional wall, the ancient battle formation could not be used. They could only travel on foot, because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves inside the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake. The ancient battle formation was even more so. The backlash was extremely huge. While looking, Ing Wuxie's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously turned around, her eyes shining with cold light as she stared in the direction they came from. The Gu formation has been broken, Bai Ningbing said in a heavy voice. So fast. He Lulan was also moved. She thought of the scene of her being trapped earlier. Fang Yuan had actually broken the Gu formation so quickly. Even if one was inside the formation and the other was outside, it showed how terrifying the other party's battle strength was. Don't tell me he used the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Fang Yuan broke the Gu formation but did not find anyone, nor did he obtain any goo worms. Once the goo formation was broken, the goo worms would all self-destruct. How could Bai Ningbing leave them for the enemy? Although the losses were disastrous, the scene of Fang Yuan's attack was transmitted to them. In a battle between goo immortals, information was an extremely important factor. Bai Ningbing, Ying Wuxia, and the rest naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Fang Yuan used a completely new killer move. He seems to have successfully researched it recently. Ying Wuxia said, "This killer move has terrifying power." Bai Ningbing's expression was grim, if not for the fact that we don't have a way to counter it. Even if we join hands, we might not be able to last for a few breaths of time. What? He Lu Lan gasped, and even Shirnu, who had always been silent and expressionless, was shaken by this. Ying Wuxia knew the situation was bad. He had set up the goo formation and plotted to stall for time. Although the plan had succeeded at the start, he had not expected it to only stall for such a short amount of time. Moving through the regional wall would take some time. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal body's uniqueness allowed it to move freely through the regional wall without any suppression. Ying Wuxia had already obtained this information. The super goo formation was forcefully broken. Fang Yuan found that we are not here. He will definitely use Qi Luck sensation to investigate again. If we enter the regional wall, even in the best-case scenario, according to Fang Yuan's previous speed, he will definitely be able to catch up to us. We will have to fight him in the regional wall. So, should I enter this regional wall or not? Ying Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Ying Wuxia assessed the situation. He knew clearly that his side was on the brink of survival. Although they were safe and sound now, they might face a crisis of life and death soon. And whether they could turn this crisis into safety depended on his decision. A heavy pressure was pressing down on Ying Wuxia's shoulders. This was not just his own survival. It also concerned his goo immortal companions. All right, Ying Wuxia did not care about the safety of his goo immortal companions. He was not even afraid of dying. But the crucial thing was if he died, who could save the Demon Venerable's main body? Right now, Shadow Sect was in ruins. He was their only hope. How can this be? In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength has grown to such a level he can't even use wisdom goo. How did he deduce it? Don't tell me he obtained a new powerful wisdom path method. Deducing immortal killer moves was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Fang Yuan's trump card was very sudden. Ying Wuxia was caught unprepared. If I enter the regional wall, I will definitely fight Fang Yuan in the regional wall after using all my confusion methods. Our side is in a huge disadvantage. Ying Wuxia was clear that using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fang Yuan did not have this restriction. The 5 regional walls were simply the best place for him to kill and loot. Even rank 8 goo immortals might not be able to do so, because rank 8s faced greater restrictions than rank 6s and 7s when entering the regional wall. Of course, rank 8 goo immortals traveled in day and night. They would not be stupid enough to enter the regional wall. If Ying Wuxia insisted on entering the regional wall, it would be a huge risk. Fang Yuan had exposed his trump card. Even if he did not use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, with just this trump card, Ying Wuxia felt that he would not be able to face it head-on. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Ying Wuxia suddenly had a thought as he glanced at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt that the alliance earlier was the right choice. At the same time, he felt some emotions to think that he would have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this time. Speaking of which, the Wheel of Fate was really full of twists and turns. The great Ying Wuxia, actually relied on Bai Ningbing, who had been used as a chess piece. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? She is just taken over by Xiang Grotto Heaven not long ago. Ing Wuxie did not have much confidence as he thought about it. He thought again. But if we do not enter the regional wall this time and only move around in Eastern Sea, omnidirectional travel is not a method that can be used continuously. We need to rest for a while. In that case, Fang Yuan will find us sooner or later. Most importantly, this is Eastern Sea, and we are all Gu immortals from other regions. Ing Wuxie's body was a Western Desert immortal zombie. Bai Ningbing was a Southern Border Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were from Northern Plains. Shi Nu was from Central Continent. There were no Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Gu immortals from other regions would be ostracized or even hunted down in other regions. Although in Eastern Sea, this rejection was not very strong. But don't forget, Fang Yuan was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Sovereign immortal body. He could perfectly blend into any region and become a local Gu immortal. At that time, when both sides fought and an Eastern Sea Gu immortal appeared, with Fang Yuan having the upper hand, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals would help Fang Yuan. That was a matter that needed no explanation. There were few people who would offer help in times of need, but there were many people who would add flowers to the brocade. So, if we stay in Eastern Sea, our next opponent might not be just Fang Yuan, there might be other Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well. Ing Wuxie smiled bitterly. Undeniably, he had been through many trials and setbacks. He was much more mature than before. He was able to think in all aspects. This was something he had never done before. Not to mention, Fang Yuan still has the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. I have to go to Northern Plains. Snowy mountain-blessed land is my only hope. I can use a rank 8 Gu immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxie finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered Northern Plains. This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Ing Wuxie expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Ing Wuxie and the others. How could Fang Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation. Otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only target. But if it was real, Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Shi Zhengyi paced around the hall. He could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Shi Zhengyi shouted, "I have already rested well." Sigh, how long do we have to wait? Wait until the Central Continent Gu immortals come. Bu Zhenzi said, "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyun frowned. She was also getting impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyun's situation was even more serious. It was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhenzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time, Zhao Lianyun transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu immortals died inside?" "How can that be?" Shi Zhengyi was the first to refute. His expression changed, and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyun contained some anger. Because his father, Shi Gu, was among these Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyun did not care about Shi Zhengyi's attitude and continued to transmit, "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power. But the other Gu immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for? The other Gu immortals heard this, and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts. They just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Zhenzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu immortals." Zhao Lianyun continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come? All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again, without worry?" Bu Zhenzi stared at Zhao Lianyun's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect. Zhao Lianyun, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust?" Zhao Lianyun was keenly aware of Bu Zhenzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued, "Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on Earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent." Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun heaved a sigh of relief. "In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't." Bu Zhenzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyun stared at each other, neither side backing down. They both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyun's eyes soon turned misty. She took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. "If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that?" In fact, Zhao Lianyun was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shui, who and used as a Gu material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, then this would be Zhao Lianyun's life's regret. If she recalled this in the future, she would feel extreme regret. She had once been so close to Ma Hongyun. She had already entered snowy mountain-blessed land. Fate had given her a great opportunity, but she did not grasp it. From the 9th snowy peak, she could see the blurry scene of the first snowy peak. Even at such a close distance, she waited here and lost her final opportunity. Zhao Lianyun did not want to see this happen. Such an outcome would make her feel even more sorrow and pain than death. Seeing Zhao Lianyun and Bu Zhenzi quarreling, the other 3 immortals could not speak. After all, this was an internal matter of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi retorted, "Even if you don't want to wait now, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you defeat the other peak lords, don't forget you have to face old ancestor Shui, who in the end, because Ma Hongyun is imprisoned on the first snowy peak." "I know this." Zhao Lianyun clenched her fists, raising her voice. "But you also said that before old ancestor Shui, who we still have more than 10 peak lords to deal with. We can make the first move and get rid of these peak lords. Anyway, rank 8 Gu immortals cannot attack us in this Gu formation. This way, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the first snowy peak. It will save time and effort." Bu Zhenzi was indignant. Her expression was dark. "Then I will speak the truth. This super Gu formation amplifies the enemy and weakens our resistance. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the Gu formation and transported to other snowy peaks. If you fight alone, can you match these people? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I were the main force. What can you 3 rank 6s do?" Buzhen-Zi spoke bluntly, but the 3-rank 6 Gu immortals could not refute him, because he was speaking the truth. Zhao Lianyan lowered her head, and was silent for a while before raising her head. Then I will use Love Immortal Gu again. Buzhen-Zi sneered. What do you think you are? How could Love Immortal Gu be manipulated by you and listen to you? Back then, even Giant Sun, Immortal could not refine Love Gu. That is because he did not obtain Love Gu's acknowledgement. Zhao Lianyan said, according to you, all the other fairies of my Spirit Affinity House are useless. None of them can control Love Gu. Buzhen-Zi sneered. How will we know if we don't try? Zhao Lianyan retorted firmly. Buzhen-Zi chuckled and was about to speak, but Zhao Lianyan had already moved. She called out in her mind, Oh, love, I beg you, use your divine might and lead the 5 of us to charge into the other snowy peaks. Love did not move, like it was dead. Zhao Lianyan was unresigned. She continued to pray and plead in her mind. Buzhen-Zi saw that Zhao Lianyan did not move and was about to speak, but at this time he saw Love Gu's aura rise from Zhao Lianyan's body, and at the same time light enveloped Zhao Lianyan's body. The other 4 immortals were shocked. They stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Mu Linglan could not help but speak. It is like when we left the spaceless tunnel and came to snowy mountain-blessed land. It was this aura and light. Continue, don't stop. Sure, Zheng Yi urged. At the next moment, the light on Zhao Lianyan's body spread to the other 4 Gu immortals, as if it had intelligence. This way, we can charge into the other snowy peaks. Oh, maybe we can directly leave snowy mountain-blessed land. Sure, Zheng Yi was filled with hope. Buzhen-Zi's mouth was slightly open. He could not say anything at this time. The shock in his heart was much more intense than the others. Love Gu cannot be controlled. This is the iron law of history. Even Giant Sun, Immortal, could not do anything to it. But why? Why? Why is Love Gu in Zhao Lianyan's hands so obedient? Don't tell me Zhao Lianyan is the strongest fairy since the founding of Spirit Affinity House. No, it is more likely because of her identity. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons are compatible with Love Gu? Others cannot control Love Gu, but otherworldly demons are not restricted. Countless thoughts surged in Buzhen-Zi's mind, like raging waves. Just as he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly broke open, turning into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole emitted an unimaginably huge suction force, forcibly dragging Buzhen-Zi into the black hole. Even someone as strong as Buzhen-Zi, a rank 7 Gu immortal, could not defend against it. He was directly pulled in, vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the same scene happened to the other Gu immortals. In the blink of an eye, this hall was empty, becoming extremely silent. I left the 9th snowy peak and came here. Buzhen-Zi was filled with shock the moment his feet touched the ground. He quickly sized up his surroundings. This was also the interior of a hall. But this hall was different from before. The previous hall was exquisite and had the fragrance of a woman, while this hall was extremely grand, overflowing with heroism, displaying the master's masculine demeanor. Which snowy peak is this? Buzhen-Zi had this thought, but soon his expression changed as he cursed. Damn it! He found that he was the only one in the entire hall. The other 4 Gu immortals were nowhere to be seen. He then realized he had been thinking too much before the teleportation. Even if Zhao Lianyan was an otherworldly demon, how could he control Love Gu? Love Gu was still so unreliable. It had countless effects. Who knew when it would act up? I was sent here. Then what about the others? Where are they? The best result would be for them to be together. That way Zhao Lianyan would be safer. But if Zhao Lianyan is alone, I'm afraid. Buzhen-Zi did not dare to think about it. Just at this moment, An ink-like black shadow, sticking close to the ground, silently attacked him. Bu Zhanzi felt a sense of danger. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a venomous snake. It was extremely fast, following him like a shadow. In less than a breath's time, it was about to reach Bu Zhanzi's feet. Phantom transformation. At the crucial moment, Bu Zhanzi activated the specialty of a phantom path. Gu immortal, his whole body turned phantom.